Okay. All right. All right. It's September 2nd, 2025, snake year. For those wondering, today you should feel like a homo because it's a number two day. You know, it's weird. As much as I make fun of it, does anyone else catch themselves not obsessively doing it, but like, does anyone else catch themselves using people's birthdays to remember certain aspects of who they are? You know, kind of like a bulletin board that you know is not that accurate, but it's accurate enough for you to engage with the thoughts. And you know, you put a little thought into something and boom, you never forget it. But if you just like no thought something, you always wonder, oh, am I retarded? How come nothing sticks? Right? It's, yeah. No, but happy September. I have to say that because I believe in radical optimism if there's no obstruction to your optimism. Like, have you noticed, before I get this coffee and we start going, I just want to open by saying a lot of times we wake up, we do our practice, we get our day started, our ritual, and then we kind of go into this cloud of something happened to me. But there's, if you ask the regular person what happened, they go, oh, nothing, but I'm sure there's something. Let me know how my mic is. Have you noticed they always talk like, you ask the regular person what happened to you, and sometimes they can tell you what happened to them. I think that's a much healthier mind than the guys who talk about it like, well, something happened. I just don't remember. It's been a couple hours since I woke up. I'm trying to figure this out. And I'm like, oh, wow. We look for reasons. By the way, Justin, if you're in here, shout out you, bro. All right. Don't pull up on me on traffic like that. That was dangerous. But if you're in here, W. Hold on. Let me see. Mic check, mic check. All right. This should be good, right? I don't have to adjust volume or anything because last call we lost about, Dead Hex was like, well, we lost 0.1% of the call because the mic was shit. And I'm like, really? 0.1%? Or was it like literally the first 20 minutes? And it's like, oh, just repeat what you said. No, I can't do that. I can't even force doing that. You know what I mean? I'm not Jordan Peterson. I can't just fucking fake these. You know an answer is phony if you could just fucking repeat yourself like that. No, we're trying to we're trying to squeeze juice out of my mind. No, Hex, we lost like legit. I had so many complaints. That was like the first 20 minutes of microphone cutting out and no one telling me. That's like unbelievable. Yeah, just this call that can't happen once because, like, bro, that's unbearable. I think anyone notice every important word that was like the punchline of the sentence was cut out? I was like, I know what I'm trying to say, but no one is gonna understand this in the re-upload. Like, we've never been that unlucky where every fucking important word got censored. Bro, this PC is not that bad. I'm on a high frame rate zone gamer Asus Asus TUF Gaming F17. This is like an expensive laptop. It should be able to handle a Yeti microphone. Yeah, I saw that. his own universe. That shit's. I didn't watch the other Knicks. Do they know what they're talking about, or does it just sound like a meme? Wouldn't it be so funny if they don't know anything about politics, or like they don't keep up? Okay, good. Sneeko is snaking Nick again, by the way. Can someone keep me up to date? What's the beef now? Like, give me a detail so we don't get my reaction on like my instinctive reaction is always to side with Nick because out of 99 times in a row, Nick has always sided with me. It's like scary how hard he's had our back. It's not just me, my whole community, everything I stand for. It's wild how a lot of people think, oh, because you and Nick were like the two furthest right channels on Twitch. That's why you guys get along. And it's like, no, there's a lot of far right people I know that I can't stand. Like I find them boring. I find them, and remember, in politics, you got to repeat yourself. So I should find Nick boring, but I just can't. It's like for me, it's not a political thing. It hasn't been for almost 2.5 years, right? It's been really personal. Like I find it very brotherly the way he defended us, right? Actually, more than brotherly, because even broskies give you advice. They'd be like, "Yeah, you're going too hard here," and So I would say more than brotherly. Where it's like it was like a toxic kind of friendship you could have. You know, where it's like, "Yo, Zerka, don't get banned off everything," and Nick was all like, that yeah, don't get banned off everything, but also don't tell Zerka what to do. That's not his type. He's not that kind of guy. He's not going to be bought. He's not going to be sold. He doesn't give a fuck about getting banned off these fucking platforms. And for the longest time, I thought I did. I'd complain about it. But then I just realized, we humans, we like to complain. I didn't really give a fuck. I didn't really give a fuck. When I cared about getting banned was when I was on Twitch with X. Those days when I get banned, that shit would hurt. Right? And at first you're thinking, oh, it's because of money, it's because of this. No, bro, there's this weird energy where it's like every time we built something, it would run through our fingers. There was actually a time where Hex and I would be at 1,500 viewers running a podcast on Twitch. To be honest, we didn't run it. Hex didn't do anything. It ran itself, meaning degenerates would just show up. I would sleep through half the fucking podcast. It would be 14 hours some days. Nobody would like the podcast. We would do so much better when I solo reacted, but for some reason, everyone still wanted it in a weird way. They'd still say, hey, it's been a few days, run a whole 12-hour segment. It's supposed to be a couple hours, but it always turned into something, I think something Adderall driven. I don't think a human can run a shitty podcast for that long unless he's on Adderall. That's why I don't like drugs. Like, I actually think drugs make you have a great idea that later you find out was not that great. Or maybe it was great for an hour or two, right? Yeah, it was Dunkel getting cucked and whatever happened to that guy. Dunkel was this strange guy who entered our group without knowing anything about Twitch, without knowing anything about. I'm not talking about the gaming section. I'm talking about our section of Twitch. He didn't know anyone. He sat down with the cool kids for clout, and we gave him a chance, but secretly. You know how every time someone's making a fool of themselves, we just laugh in those days, where now it's kind of tough to watch. Now it's like I'm a little too grown up. I could laugh for an hour, but I'm not going to sit down for 10 hours and laugh at someone. Like that has to be drugs. There's no other thing that could make a human sit down and laugh at Dunkel being a cuck for 10 hours straight. Like that shit doesn't exist, right? Oh, it was so bad. Like when we look at the drug days, it was like, man, you're gonna look back in your past and realize out of 9 experiences on drugs, only one was awesome. And that shit hurts so hard to admit because then you start realizing, oh, the adventure isn't really in a pill of Adderall. It's not in a line of adventure. It's not in none of that. The adventure is just your event. Like, for example, have you noticed that the events you go to on alcohol or on drugs, have you noticed the events is what stays with you? The event is what makes it feel like life is moving forward. It's not actually the drugs, right? Like, for example, when there is no event and you're just high on drugs or drunk at someone's house, legit, you feel like you wasted that whole 24 hours. Worse than wasted. And then you go, well, what's the difference from that and the music festival I went to on drugs? And then you realize, wait a minute, it's the event that was the blessing from God, from the Lord. Spirit of adventure that is straight from the Lord. Because to be on earth, to live on earth, to breathe oxygen is the highest experience of adventure, right? That requires faith if you think about it, because some people don't make it out. Like, let's be real, some people kill themselves. Some people die very early. Their dreams are dead, so they're inwardly dead. Externally, they just eat cheeseburgers, whatever, and keep going. But they're dead. And you look at how many problems people have, I would say most people on earth have serious fucking problems. And, I didn't want to start off like this, but just while we're on the topic of adventure and to be, right, to be human, you got to really ask yourself why those days where you're drunk or on drugs, why were they not special when you didn't have an event? And why is that word so scary for people? The word event. Why does that raise anxiety in man? Because, like, we all think of was the event good or bad, but dude, that's not the point of the event. All right. The point is it's both. But the point of the event is really it's the experience. That there's something about being human that involves very real world experience. And so much so that if you suppress it, like me in my gaming days or whatever the fuck I was turning into, it comes back with a vengeance. And then I become that guy on the internet that, have you ever seen a man that has too much life experience where it's not cool anymore? Where it's like, wait a minute, if Zerka pulled out 5 years ago, it would make more sense. He pulled out really late from the life experience realm, and I kind of had a serious Anja third eye awakening in 2022 in the middle of my life going good, actually. But there's this immense level of panic. And it felt like a fucking thousand lotus flower opening in between my eyes in front of my fucking computer. Right? This is kind of like a COVID era. 2022 was a little different. I don't want to call it COVID, but whatever it was going on. And there was this immense psychic energy in between my eyes to hunt down for information and study. Yes, I was like a rat looking for cheese, right? But it was also the study for the sake of being on earth to study. When you've experienced so much in life that things start going backwards for you, like it's so hard for anyone to relate right now because if you guys did relate, you would have a big fucking YouTube channel. You'd run it better than I would run mine, and that would be the cool part. But it's so hard for a dude to relate here because they immediately think of like, no matter how I slice it, I haven't had the enough experience on Earth. You know what I mean? If you ask any human who's an outgoing, extroverted type, they still think they haven't had enough of that experience. And really, if you're not in balance, it really never is enough, right? But I was very out of whack to the point where when I started going inward and studying, doing something that I don't even recommend young people do. I think experience comes before the studies, 100%. 100%. Like if I could be a young guy and listen to Zerka, learn, and then go out in the world versus a guy who goes out in the world, gets hurt, and then comes back. Yeah, I think the guy who gets hurt and comes back is smarter, actually. I know that goes against my business model, but I'm telling you the truth right now that there's something about that guy that's much easier for him to download information, like at a rapid pace. Immediately, if I say something traumatic that I've been through or micro traumatic, which actually exists without turning into a liberal cuck. But if I say something traumatic, it doesn't click in anyone's head unless they have pictures in their mind's eye. If they have pictures of it. And sometimes it's blurry, it's whatever, but man, if they've experienced the world and I say something that rings to that picture, now he's activated. And now you know how motivation works for your first question, and chat has been answered. Let me grab my coffee. But just to answer a Twitter DM, I know you're probably not in here, but well, I'm sure it's relevant to what you guys talk about, right? Everything we go over. The question is, okay, well, if there's a study on the mind, right? Like you can study your mind when you're out drunk. It's tough, but there are moments where you can study that. Same with certain types of drugs, not all drugs, right? Some go very unconscious. And then there's the sober experience, which is probably the most terrifying because that one can last the longest. Like you can really study your own thinking for a long time sober, like a very long time. So long that you might have a coffee to speed things up. It's not always the best thing, but when you're running a job, when you're willing things into the world, there are, ups in your day and then more leveled out parts of your day. But yeah, this question in this DM from this fucking idiot, he's talking about like, well, Zerka, then if I study the mind, fuck what Zerka teaches. Let's say I go to main sources. Let's say I go to anthroposophy, Hermetic philosophy, the truth in medieval mystical Christianity as a mystical fact. If I go into all these areas that it's like I can pretty much bet the house on that are true, even the ones that I haven't experienced, right? If I go into all these and it's not a waste of time, then can't I just become a billionaire, Zerka? And I'm like, what? Yeah, well, if you could just study this stuff, you could just become a billionaire. And no, you cannot. What the fuck are you talking about? The study of the mind comes from the study of desire. That in the past, they wouldn't even call it the mind, they'd call it wish fulfillment or desire or whatever, right? They'd have certain words for that. But a human being's desire, the average person, is not to be a billionaire. It's not to be a millionaire. It's not even to have a measly $100,000 in their bank account. Everyone thinks that the average person, they have this desire to have money in the bank account. And it's like, no, if they were naked and you saw what they were thinking every day of their life, you would actually feel like it's an elephant that wants a peanut. You'd be like, this guy's a fucking idiot. It's there a lot of times it's not security based thinking. We're lied to about this, but people go in debt. They're not as security based as you think. All right, they're not as freedom based either. You might come to my channel and think, this guy's the freedom philosopher. This guy's my favorite guy. But no, even most of you guys are not here for that, right? Most humans on Earth, Yeah, that could be your inner core of what you want, but I'm telling you, illusions are real. The idea that illusions are just like these spider webs that you can pull off. No, bro, they're heavy. It's like metallic spider web. It wraps around you, dude. There are illusions, genjutsus, whatever anime term you want to fucking say. There are illusions that hold you back. For example, the guys who come to me for any kind of esoteric romance, they always talk about their ex, right? Which is actually relatable because I feel like your last experience is who you are in that romantic field at the very least, right? And which is a sad way to think, but I think we do fall back into that past kind of thinking. But the guys who come to me talking about ex-girlfriend all the time, you could tell this guy, hey, just go make some money and be the fucking man, and she's gonna come crawling back. Bro, he could believe that and not do it. That's how much he doesn't give a fuck about money. So when these guys come up to me and think like, hey, Zerka, if I have 25% mastery over my mind, in the status, in the fun and women department, in the power level and money, in the unseen, in the invisible realm, if I have even 25, 50% of my mind, that mastery will generate dollars for me. And it's like, no, you can tell that it generated dollars for me because I would talk about money with Hex. Oh, Hex, when we have this, when we have that, when we make money, you'll get 8 months fucking pay for free for not doing shit, for making some AI slot, blah, blah, blah. Bro, Hex would hear me on stream talk about money. Like my desire was money. It was legit like, obviously not in no sellout way because we're saying all the weird shit, but I'm saying in a way where it's like, oh, you could tell that this guy, Zerka's not the type of guy that he can win a prize or his grandfather can gift him some money and he'll feel cozy. It has to come from Zerka's hands type shit. You could tell there's like some insecurity there with me, and I think with most healthy minds, really. But on my podcast I'd have with Hex on Twitch, only one dude was talking about making money. The rest were not. The rest were chasing pussy. In a weird way, if you rewatch some of those podcasts, I'm the only one who made it out. You know what I mean? That I understood, hey, no woman is paying for my security in the future. No family member, no. And if they did, it would be welfare. It would damage me psychic. It's like a confidence damage, which is way worse than anything. When you hear the word confidence, you should just write down on your notes mind. Confidence is literally the mind progressing forward. But yeah, when you look at these podcasts, and I'm not saying, oh, there's 10 people on my podcast in a Discord call, and none of them are talking about money. I'm talking about there's 10 new people every cast. So maybe I've had like it's hard for a lot of newcomers to believe this, but ask Hex or anyone. I think we've had like 500 guests on my podcast. Yeah, they're all losers, right? We didn't try to get any of them. We just let them enter the VC, right, on some meme shit, right, on some low quality, like how an Aiden Ross stream would be, just let anyone fend for themselves there. But when you look at it, Haas, the communist, and none of them spoke of money. Not even Jackson Hinkle, who DMs me, yo, how do you make money? Because Twitter is not fast enough. And I'm like, bro, you're in politics. Like, what are you talking about? You're in politics with you have a gold sponsor, I guess. That's good. But like, you're not in the business of making money. Like I wouldn't say Jackson Hinkle's in sales. I wouldn't say Haas is in sales, even though we sell ourselves, right? Our ideas and all that. There was never this idea of security. I think Haas told me something secret. I think this is private, but private enough to where I've joked about it, so I don't mind mentioning it here. But he joked something about his parents leaving him a bunch of money. I guess he just has a sister or something, or maybe he's an only child. I don't remember how that went, but I just remember being alone with Haas, and his priority was chicks. And well, a certain chick he was talking to was just driving him nuts. And I was in the same shoe, right? We used to spend time on calls together talking about my bitch, his bitch, and what the masculine imperative is around a woman, because we'd like to go to new places in our logic. It was actually some of the best days of my life. But yeah, when I look back, it was very strange to me that Money never bothered Haas. Spending it never bothered him. He never talked about he said something about his parents are gonna, like in a way where it's like he's pretty much set up. And I don't think that's because he's like lazy either. I think he's a communist. He works he actually works hard compared to the average guy, right? But I still remember thinking, I'm like, how come from 500 fucking guests, the one dude, obviously I would get banned and I would lose sponsors. So obviously I have like a gripe with this, right? I'd have an anger towards money. Like, oh, I'm Zerka, but I should have made more, but I got banned. I got this, I got that. So there was like this woe is me that these people didn't have that much. And then later they got banned and it was different. But I always had this thing of like, oh, wow, the Matrix doesn't want to, squeeze, I can't squeeze the juice out of this Matrix, because every time I try, something horrific happens. But I remember talking about money, 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 right? And I'll talk about it in a way where it wasn't to be funny. To, it wasn't for anything other than the fact of I had to remind myself. I literally had to remind myself that if you don't talk about this, you don't care about it. And here's the sad truth is I've never been a money guy. Like, let's be real. If Hex was in my shoes, I think he'd have $10 million by now. You know what I mean? But I would force that thought of money in my face. Why? Because I knew that's a part of growing up. There's something about growing up in a minimum wage that is so degrading. It's so dirty. You could date the hottest chick. She doesn't even know you get minimum wage, but she can feel it. She can be around that. Hell, you could have your dad's car. You could have whatever you want to make yourself look cool. You cannot enjoy the date with the bitch because internally something feels phony. Like, oh man, I get this chick, this beautiful chick, but I'm worth $10 an hour. There's something fucking degrading about the system. Like, I don't want to sound like a communist, but there's something psychically damaging about that did not damage not one of my guests' mind. Not 500 guests, and none of them were offended by the fact that they're in the average world, which I hate the word average because the average is so much lower than you think. But yeah, you look at those 500 guests I have, whether they were doing okay or doing pretty good or doing very bad, which a lot of them were, not one of them dared put security in the forefront of their eyes because they were too busy texting me what cat like meow is saying or what this e-girl's saying. And I still remember looking at them like, dude, I'm having a beer with you at Blarney Stone. I've known you for a year and I don't know who the fuck you are because I'm Zerka. If I don't put security in front of my eyes, I'll chase freedom till I'm in prison. I swear to God, I will. I am very off my balance when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like, if I could have it my way every day of my life, I wouldn't fucking do a coffee. I wouldn't do this call. I wouldn't. Are you kidding me? It's just fucking money. I mean, what is money after you have investments that keep you safe? And a car that gets your dick sucked and also gives you an adrenaline drop like 0 to 60 in 2.8. It doesn't get better than that. Like even these fucking $2 million cars, they don't go faster than that. You need $10 million car to go to 2.2 seconds, right? It's the newest Bugatti, right? Which is ridiculous and it's not the same experience because you're worried about scratching it and fucking all that shit. So it's actually a less free of an experience than where you're at right now, if I'm talking to Zerka, right? But now check this out. I still threw away a bunch of good content in those Twitch days just because, fuck money. Whatever. We're getting it anyway. Whatever. And it's like, no, dude. A part of growing up is security being balanced with freedom. There's something about freedom that's so like I'm gonna follow in Zerka's footsteps, and it's like, really? How come no other human has done that? 'Cause that comes with immense amount of destruction. Like this guy maxes his stats on freedom to the point where he's first day on the internet cannot get a day job anymore. None of you have the balls to do that. Zero. Neither did those 500 fucking guests. Neither did 80% of the people I've met. Adam 22 is still afraid to speak his mind. The people are terrified to throw it all away on some fucking Exodia bet. Like this is my final card, final five cards. That's why I'm saying, I'm like, hey, when I knew my weakness was that I'm a freedom guy. I don't really think about security. Things just happen for me. That's not good. Make things happen. Don't let things happen to you. You know what I mean? And so, what? It took me till 26 years old to start balancing my freedom with security, where I would have calls with Hex and be like, hey, let's get a little smarter. Let's get some subscriptions. Let's get some emotes. Let's be smart now. And then around 27, money starts rolling in. And I was smart that I didn't, during the COVID thing, I don't spend a dime. But I remember thinking, like, if I didn't talk about this idea of money every day of my life, I stopped thinking about it. When I stopped thinking about it, holy shit, am I free? But it's like, free from what? Let's say I had a kid right now, I'd have to pay for the fucking diapers. You know what I mean? There's parts of being, like being a human, that just comes with money. You can't run from that. It's almost Luciferic if you want to run away from that part of growing up. Now, you'll develop the strongest inner freedom when you have balance in your world. Because remember, it's all about freedom at the end of the day. But for some reason, freedom maximizes when you are being human, meaning you have a thinking part of your day where you study, a feeling part of your day where you feel the deepest feels, the ones that obviously benefit you. You don't want to be spiraling. And then willing part of your day, which is heavily linked to your career, right? And if you're ever doing a job, but in your head it's not a career, you've been cheated by the devil, 100%, right? There's only so many stepping stones until you have to be real with the mirror. A lot of people think it's going to be like this tragedy story. There's a tragedy story to going to a different career path. And it's like, bro, research people switching careers. It's some of the most beautiful times of their life. Everyone has this idea that it's like this dark fog period. No, there's actually some people in between jobs for like 5 years, bro. It's not that they're literally, I know that sounds like a darkness to like go-getters. And remember, I don't think I am the go-getter type, but I talk about being a go-getter, meaning I think about it, right? I make an active, I don't know how much of that is actually me, because that's also comes from my brothers checking up on me. When my brothers check up on me, they're never concerned with my freedom, because they go, yo, that's John. That's the worst of the family. Like that guy is the freedom junkie. That guy will do heroin for freedom if you push him. He's like a caged animal, right? So they never worry about my freedom. They only worry about limiting how destructive I can be. And how do they do that? By saying, hey, man, let's say, oh, you made 80,000 this month, but 2 months ago, Hex said that you made 110. What's going on with that? And I'll be like, well, who cares? It's still a lot of money. My brothers would be like, no, that's not how this works. Blah, blah, blah. You want to run a business? You want to? And I'm like, yeah, you guys are right. You guys are right. And I let their thoughts become mine. I let that energy collide. I let it mesh. Why? Because there's no other option to my progression. Like, if you think about it, the scariest thing is, in my worldview, the scariest thing is falling out of routine. I don't mean like routine of thoughts. I don't have a routine of thoughts. That's why all these calls always sound different, like from a different angle. They very rarely sound repetitive, and if they do, I actually disappear from you guys. I go, fuck this shit, right? I turn it off early. I go, fuck this shit. This is getting too whack. But I'm telling you right now, to stay like a dynamic person, never be in a routine of thoughts. That could get really disgusting. That could get really gay. But just because you break out of your routine of thoughts doesn't mean you break out of your routine ever. For the rest of your life, you're either going to wake up early or wake up whenever and go to work and have your coffee like the rest of the world because it's literally in your spiritual interest to work hard. It's literally in your spiritual interest. Now, hard can mean a lot of things for a lot of different people. Like, when these rich guys say they work hard, they're on a laptop with a coffee making $20 million a month. Like, bro, that's not hard work. But I get what they're saying that, that those couple hours they've got to lock in. I get what they're saying with the hard work thing. I think they toot their own horns a lot, right? But I get that they worked hard to build that up to where it's at, right? But now check this out. Oh, he said it. The routine of your day will never get boring. Write it down. It will never get boring if your thoughts are not in routine, right? Like I'll constantly catch myself thinking like I do every single day. And then I go, okay, give a different angle. For example, I've always done extremely dangerous thought games like this. Oh, this guy's a cuck that I saw on Twitter. He lets his wife get banged. I wonder what that's like. Let me go there in my head. See, most people cannot go there in their head without actually becoming a fucking cuck. But to stay radically open to all points of view is extremely healthy. This is how you can develop the highest level, highest sense of humor. The highest level of comedy is when you're open and you can see the world, right? It's like a vulnerable state. You know what I mean? That's why when comedians shit on themselves, they do really good. Open like a woman, exactly. Open like, well, I'd say a woman identifies. So she's open and then she becomes a cuck, or she's open and then she gets dominated by the idea. But when I'm saying like open like a man, I mean like the idea floats in your head. You see their point of view and then you tell them why they're wrong. You know what I mean by that? Like I can't do a physical cuck thing, but I could always hang out with Destiny and laugh. Kind of laughing at him, kind of with him. I'm not perfect. But do you understand that it's like not that deep for me? He cannot make me suffer. And that's the first topic I want to go into is, bro, I don't care if you're not an incel, you are an incel because you're on Twitter. Incels suffered. Bro, incels really suffer. They will look at someone who, Adam 22, Destiny, someone who wants to be a cuck, they will comment with vitriol and anger like they just got cucked themselves. They're identifying with the idea. Do you understand what I'm saying? They can't let go of it. And to me, that's the highest, fastest lane, the highway of killing yourself. Like there's no higher level game to play in the world of danger. In the mind can be dangerous. The highest level of danger is identifying with ideas and then staying on Twitter. Imagine how much of your emotional body gets burnt out from watching Shaniqua's fighting on Twitter, to identifying with a cuck, to feeling his pain, going through it, trying to fight it off by typing a comment. And then you'll just see a comment by Zerka and he'll say, I let my girl get fucked by 10 dudes. We are not the same. And you've broken out of the spell and you start laughing. You go, what the fuck? Why doesn't Zerka take this serious? And then you realize, oh shit, Zerka's not a cuck. I am the cuck that is cutting my own wrist psychically because I watched Destiny. You know what I mean? And when you see how easily the mind sticks, which I'm going to be real, man, I think most people don't have the consciousness level to go to where I go. I don't think a lot of humans can do it. Have you ever seen the average human at Walmart? There's something deeply unconscious about them. Like when I go to Costco, I look at some dude looking at a bag of peanuts or milk or whatever, and the most interesting thing happens. I notice that they're just thinking of peanuts. They're just thinking of the milk they're holding. They're just thinking of the fruit gushers they're buying. There's like this interest they have in not a mindfulness. It's almost like, oh, society wants to sell me this. I have to download this thought fully. Very terrifying look in their eyes where it's like, I'm different. Whereas when I walk around Costco, I'm looking at people who are smiling. And what's the difference from them and the average person? I don't know why I've always done that. I've always been a people watcher. I've spent thousands of dollars people watching, hundreds of thousands of dollars by now, especially if you count in how many work hours I've missed, or how many, especially when I was in the nightclub where I got to really people watch, and I just stare at people and I'm like, oh shit, if your eyes are not developed, you can see aura by legit looking at the wrinkles of their smile, of their face. You can see people in an elite, in a floaty state. You can see people in a gone state. You can see, I'm talking about sober people. Forget the nightclub, right? But yeah, I want to start this lecture by saying, like, who cares about what disease you can be affected by? Worry about what mind disease you're catching, because all you have to do is be unconscious for 5 minutes and you're identified to being a cuck that makes you yell at your girlfriend because you feel like a cuck because you watch Destiny. That's how much power the internet has over the structuring of your subtle energy body. Where, bro, this is what you take after the gates of death, right? This is the only thing you take. You don't take this body. The way you structure it, you can be externally just a regular married guy, but internally feel like a cuck. That's hell on earth. Your internals are wrong, right? Swedenborg talks about this. Even though you got a lot of things wrong, a lot of illusions and stuff, it's still interesting stuff to go through. But and where I'm going with this is he also talked about you can be a good person externally and internally you don't feel correct. You have this anger towards whatever, and you hide it well, and nobody knows that you're an angry person. And maybe you don't like yourself, maybe you don't like the world, but usually those go hand in hand. And it's like nobody's saving you from that, bro. There's so much responsibility to thinking. It's terrifying we can doom scroll today. Actually, when I think about it, I'm like, if only you guys were my age and grew up with bicycles without screens and computers, without phones. There's this in between point with the internet that was so magical. And I thought it was like nostalgia. I'm like, there's no way it was actually perfect. Bro, every time your phone vibrates, you get an emotional body stress that ruins your whole day. That if you notice this ripple in the water of your psyche, if you noticed how damaging it actually was, you would fucking try and kill the people you follow. You would go insane. You would be like, they're doing that much to me. They're not doing shit to you. You're doing it to yourself. And it all comes from the idea that, the Rothschilds make us believe a thought is just a thought, whatever. And there's dead thinking that can make you think it's not that powerful, but it's like, no, dude. There are thoughts that are watered, right? You can water thoughts and you can be taken for a ride. Like, for example, Kai Sennett. There's something so fucking evil about that guy that it's like, there's something so, like, I'm not saying he's an evil person or any of that shit. I'm saying there's something so in his eyes that looks like nothing else matters other than streaming in his world, right? Maybe I'm fucking projecting, but something very different from him and speed, right? And I'm not talking about the greedy or that he has to give money to the water thing. I'm not those guys. I think those guys are weird that talk about all that, right? I don't know. Yeah, he scammed the school. He did whatever. You can talk about all that. But Kai is a good person externally. But internally, there's something about him that will not acknowledge anything outside of streaming. Like there's something about Speed that when you look in Speed's face, there is a world outside of streaming to Speed, right? Maybe it's like on the horizon, maybe it's far away from him. I'm not saying it's perfect, but there's some more life energy, and I think that has to do with the fact that Speed gets out and Kai stays inside. Has to be something like that. There's something about sitting in front of a computer that's like a lot more cold of an activity than Speed getting fresh air, you know? And remember, fresh air is fresh mind, fresh thoughts, fresh, right? There's something really healthy about Speed's mind and the way his eyes look versus Kai Cenat. Or maybe I've just seen too many clips of Kai Cenat complaining, right? And I get complaining is content, right? I've done it for content, right? It makes you money. And Nick does it, and a lot of us do it, right? But there's something about Kai where it's like, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, where he has to be in front of a fucking computer entertaining the circus, which is so much fun sometimes, but like a subathon? Why does every subathon look like it's eating away at his soul? I remember just 2 years ago, I kept saying Kai is the most positive streamer. Now he's done nothing wrong, by the way, in my book. All right, I don't know, I don't follow that well, but he's done nothing that wrong from what I can see. But there's something about him that just reminds me of me in the fucking gutter, where it's like, bro, get some fresh air, nigga. What the fuck? Why are we pretending like we're on Earth for some digital dollars in the account, right? And yeah, I think there's a huge, massive difference between Speed and Kai. And it's not who's a better person. It's legit one of them gets fresh mind, fresh oxygen, fresh ether, and the other one gets recycled. And I'm a big, big believer in the fact that you cannot get fresh air to relieve yourself from computer life. It doesn't work like that. Fresh air has to be a part of your lifestyle. You can't, oh, I've been on computer 3 days, so I'm going out the fourth day. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. That literally does nothing, you fucking idiot. You can't be on computer 3 days and then go out to the fucking park on the fourth day. That's how fucking people go crazy. That's how people, oh, I need a vacation. That's how, are you fucking retarded? It has to, that fresh air thing has to be a part of your lifestyle. Doesn't matter how much money you lose, doesn't matter. Nothing matters at that point when you start zombifying. Are you fucking retarded? You know, once you get enough oxygen and good mental, you can come back to the internet much stronger. But I doubt you would, right? Would I? Not right now, bro. Everything's way too perfect this way, where it's like, dude, I got unlucky though. When I started streaming, they hit us with COVID, they locked us down. So for me, streaming looks like a nightmare. Imagine streaming starting today. You don't associate it with COVID, you don't associate it with locking yourself in, you know, and it's really hard to go there in my mind. You know, that's the I have an immense amount of trouble going there with my mind because for me, it was you. Have you ever done something for years and felt like, whoa, I got cheated bad? Like the money I made didn't fucking do anything. The money I made did not replace those years. I made a shit ton of money. I got everyone to tell me I'm great and blah, blah, blah. I got everyone to say you're the man, you did it on your own terms, and blah, blah, blah. I got all the pats on the backs that you could want from your archetypal father self. But man, am I fucking pissed. 27, 28, 29 years old. All, all of it went in front of a screen. That shit fucking traumatized me, dude. And it went by quick, too. Not that it felt quick. It felt like hell when it was happening. It felt like a longest time, it was like, all right, so if the game's this hard, I mean, I could have easily gone to this fucking porn route that Manuel Ferreira wanted me to go to so I could avoid this, so I could have those years. But I said, no, fuck it. Let's Adderall grind. This is what everyone's doing. That's what XGC told me he's doing. That's what Train told me he's doing. That's what every streamer I met told me he's doing. I'm like, okay, if you guys cannot love a computer on your own, if you have to modulate dopamine to love a computer, then I'll do the same thing, right? Here's the problem, bro. Human love is so disgusting because I did love streaming, and it's like, give me those fucking, give me those fucking years back, you son of a bitch. Give me those fucking summers that I missed. The fuck do you mean I had to do all that just to be secure? Oh, I'm secure now. I'm safe. And when I look back, bro, I don't know one person I met in life that worked that fucking hard in that long, in that much darkness. The only person that I think could relate to me here is some incel who made money doing Bitcoin but never got his life started. That's the only person I can relate to not that I want to like, hey bro, hey rich guy, come here. I'm saying like you're disgusting. Stay the fuck away from me. You're legit me when I'm fucking up. And I'm telling you right now, there's no way Trainwrecks doesn't look back and say, holy shit. Not just Zerga, the Train was in a dark room for years. The guy doesn't go out much anyway, right? But yeah, there's something so dirty to me that was like, why those years, man? Why those years? Why couldn't it have been what I preach? I wish it was 23, 24, 25. That would make way more sense to me to be in some fucking tavern, right? And I don't even remember those years because I was in a fucking legit tavern, in a fucking bar or nightclub, thinking that talking to some hot fucking hoe is life progression. Really pissed me off too. But for some reason, when it happens in the real world, those years bouncing never feel like a waste. But those years being social as fuck on a computer on Twitch, they strike me as the greatest Faustian deal with the devil I've ever made, bro. Bro, I'm telling you, the idea that in order for me to leave minimum wage, I have to give you 3 years of legit, like, let's be real, I would have gone through the same stuff just in a different way. But there's something about when you're facing your problems in the real world, bro, you'll sleep so good. But if you face those problems behind a computer screen, you have nowhere to turn to where it almost feels like, where is God? You know what I mean? I'm not making it dramatic either. I genuinely feel that when I look at streamers, have you noticed how quickly they degenerate in consciousness? I'm talking about me as well. It's almost like a cry for help. Like, what the fuck? It's almost like Andrew Tate is totally safe because of his porn business. He doesn't have to be a streamer. He doesn't have to work hard at a business. He could just do the things he loves. And so you feel like you got cheated from the system because you didn't do porn. You know, if you're me, you'd be like, wow, fuck that. Then you'd understand anger, right? You'd be like, whoa, what the fuck? Those years are pretty important, right? Now, if we look at any mystical tradition, they'd say I'm actually retarded because everything you go through is supposed to happen, right? Especially the big stuff. Like for me, this is big stuff, right? Okay, we're getting in the coffee. But yeah, I want to start the speech by saying, like, yo, summer is about to end and you're going to enter this hibernation mode, right? With your little girlfriend and your little cozy nights. And man, you're going to sound like me. You're going to be filled with, bro, I'm a guy who did everything you can do on earth, right? And I still have regrets. And regrets are so stupid, they don't make sense. They're not logical, they're not special, they're not, woe is me, fuck all that shit. All I'm saying is, it feels like in life's mistakes, and I know that boomers are going to be happy when I say this, bro, because it feels like in life's mistakes, all of them are worth it except internet attached mistakes. Like when boomers say to me, "Oh, life was so much better without these internet days," bro, I believe them. 100% I believe them. Yeah, I look at my life in black and white. There's the white part is when I'm off the computer, and the black part of when I'm on. And here's the crazy thing: I'm at the tipping scale where I've been on the computer more. That's how much kept worrying about security and I should have money, I should have this, I should have. Bro, I'm telling you right now, there's so many people out there that way earlier than me, they strike a balance to their life. Bro, don't ever slip off that balance. Don't ever think more money, more this, more. Are you fucking kidding me? Be secure, safe, and free, right? And then get dangerous, right? Once you got a bit of money, you can start doing crazy shit, right? But this idea that you're gonna wait for a certain amount, which is very stupid in the investment world too. Like you're not gonna save to 10 million. What the fuck? But yeah, when you look at it through my lens, you go, actually, I can save to a millionaire because I'll just fucking use drugs. How about that? You fucking faggot. And yeah, that does work. Like you can make a shit ton of fucking money on drugs, and then 3 years can fucking blink by you on Adderall, like a fucking zombie. Some people tank it really well, like a personality type like an XUC. Have you noticed that guy's kind of invincible for streaming, right? Has he degenerated at all? Some people can take it. If you're anything like me, I recommend the fresh air route, 100%. I recommend that be a part of your lifestyle nonstop. XUC, there's something about him where it's like, I've always thought he's a ticking time bomb. There's no way a dude can stay in front of a screen that long. You have to evolve differently at some point, right? So a lot of people are like, man, Zerko, just stream, just stream. I'm like, bro, we've been at this for 5 years, right? It's just a couple of years were banned, unsuccessful, right? So don't ever think, oh, this guy's been here for 6 months and he's talking about streaming. No, bro, I'm a vet. I'm literally a vet. I speak at this speed, at this rate, naturally. This is like no drugs, right? So imagine 12 hours a day on fucking Addy. Like I was grinding like a motherfucker, way better streams than anyone. But man, what did it cost me? That Faustian bargain, what did that deal really take from me? I'll tell you this, man. I don't have many regrets in my life except this this thing plastered in my mind over COVID got if you didn't do porn or anything easy money, COVID got the best of you and raped you, bro. I don't know many people who had an if you had an honest job during COVID, it got the best and raped you. You know what I mean? I had the most fucking honest job. Right? I lost sponsors with that shit. So yeah, I think we should always start with every one of these calls should start with, wait a minute, you got to stop comparing yourself to people who have easier lives. Like, let's be real. Andrew Tate got to glide through COVID easily because he had a porn business that doesn't get affected. Actually, it went up. You got raped hard during COVID. And he goes on his fucking camera and tells you, I didn't conform to COVID, I didn't do this. And people just eat that shit up. They go, what? Sometimes I wonder, it's like, are we really these thoughts that pop in our head? Or are like, it never, I keep forgetting it. Anyone in the chat, if you forget Andrew Tate had a porn site, I forgot completely. The only time my memory jogged, because I don't think about it that much, which is stupid, I should think about it. If he's on my feed, I gotta think about it, right? That's how it works. But when I got like 170,000 likes on some just shitting on Tate, I would look back and I'm like, why is this so popular? I don't even get it. Like, I get that it's true, but how are so many people like hip to the truth on Twitter? That doesn't even make sense. And then I realized, oh shit, that's 170,000 people who liked my tweet against Tate because they forgot he's in porn. The tweet is legit. Oh yeah, that's what happened here. 170,000 people were like me. Where for I think for 2 years I forgot Tate was into porn. I had to remind myself. I was like, why does this guy keep showing up on my feed, uh, flexing Bugatti? He's just flexing, flex, flex. And it's like, bro, where's the content? Like, but yeah, I just remember thinking, I'm like, oh wow, how quickly we forget. Like he can actually spin a lie in our minds so quick that he's a successful businessman. It's like, okay, but I don't think like one in the chat, if any of you would tell your mom you worked in some kind of porn shit, like, bro, you can't wear a suit and tie and tell your parents that. You know what I mean? Something's really off there. So to think he's a good businessman, it's like, yeah, he is. But isn't business something we'd want to get involved with? Doesn't that business mean if you're interested in someone's business model, it means you want to do it, right? Well, yeah, I want to open with that. I didn't think I'd add Tate in it, but that actually fits perfectly because, god damn, someone's mind can affect you so much. Like, while we're on the king of this red pill, right, Tate? Do you know how many of you are gonna lose beautiful women in your life because you're gonna hear Andrew Tate's voice in your head when you're dating? You know how he speaks in absolutes? They're all hoes. They're all hoes. You're going to lose a good ass bitch because that fucking bald faggot's in your head. I swear to God you will. That's how demons work, bro. So if you ever have good advice floating in your head, relax with that. Your inner advice is more important. A lot of times you're going to look back and say, that girl was kind of cool. Well, Tate got in my head. It was the spirit of the times. He kept yapping. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, after trying to sound like a cool guy, he's on camera giving his fucking OnlyFans whore a kiss on the lips. It's like, bro, stay in character, right? Don't kiss these hoes on the lips. Stay in fucking character if you want to sell to us. You know what I mean? But yeah, I just thought that was so phony. I'm like, been a bunch of girls that got. I randomly got pissed at them because I'm listening too much phony part of the red pill. Like when Sneeko and Tate are red pill, I think Sneeko had a good run in the beginning, but goddamn, can they really dilute the message? Red pill means traditional. She is getting wet because you are old fashioned. That's what it means. Red pill does not mean every single girl you talk to is literally a whore. Okay? Because, bro, there's a lot of unattractive women who are not whores. Okay? It's just you don't want them. So we look at the really beautiful ones and, well, it'll scare you. But something to comfort you is that, bro, even in medieval times there were hoes. This whole idea of chastity is, it's not as real as you think. It's not, well, gee, for bloodline, they always had a way to nut without getting pregnant. Let's just say that, all right? The world is a lot more filthy than you think, and it's not a bad thing. It's like a world of mistakes, you know? It's actually a good thing for our survival because we get to learn many lessons, right? But yeah, be careful with red pill, meaning it's a red thought that goes spins in your head, right? Thoughts are not supposed to spin in your head, right? There should be an inner calmness to your convictions. So be careful with when you're doom scrolling and you start spinning one thought in your head. All women are whores, all women are whores. And then you go, Zerka, I've been single for 2 years. What's wrong with me? It's like, well, Andrew Tate's your favorite guy. He's not going to allow you to have a girlfriend because he doesn't have one. He has hoes because he's rich. You are not rich. You're fucked. He literally got his cake, ate it too, and raped you in the ass. He did, that's I'm not saying he's the devil, but that's close to devil vibes, where he's fucking the pussy in a Bugatti and you get nothing. You're actually worse than where you started off. That's legit devil monster vibes, right? You gotta be careful with some of these guys, dude. You know what I mean? I'm speaking from experience, bro. There's been some really chill girls that I just completely fucking avoided because that red pill phase. I was going hard during the red pill era because that's who I am. That is my phase. That'll always be my phase. But deep down my heart, man, unnecessary. There's an unnecessary level of cruelty you can get to when you're legit surrounded by just red pill, red pill, red pill, and you realize if you're surrounded by red pill, thank you, X. If you're surrounded by red pill, ask yourself, how are you surrounded by the fucking truth? You're not. Most of it is phony. All right. Make no mistake about that. Right? Because the end goal for you guys should not be 2 years of loneliness. Okay? Since Tate came around. That's fucking wild that you guys DM me shit like that. Since Tate came around, I've been 2 years a solo player. No. What the fuck are you talking about? We're trying to build love and freedom in all things we do, in Dragon Ball that we watch, in the things we draw, and we're trying to raise everything in spirit. Something really fucking dark and negative about when I get DMs of, since 2022, I've been this guy. I'm too edgy to get out of my own way. And it's like, what changed, bro? What changed since 2022? Like, what are you absorbing all day? Is it, man, it's like, I'm gonna say it like this, man. All right. You want to see the Myron Angie broke up a couple of months ago? I'm late to all this, right? And you want to see that? And I was like, hey, man, what is this? I don't like that. You guys should be together, and that's my 2 cents. Did that rub anyone the wrong way? Where it's like, as funny as it is, people freaking out. I don't think anyone should freak out, but personally, to know Myron and to know that they broke up, there has to be an aura of red pill that is too much, where the lightning starts to hurt you in the transformation, Super Saiyan Red transformation. Like, are you fucking joking me? And I can't like call the guy and scream at the guy, right? But when you're brothers with someone, that shit stings. That shit's like, wait a minute. You can have too much of a good thing. You can be too, like, I'll say this, you can never be too red pill until it's damaging your life. Since 2 years ago, every time I saw them, I said, you guys better pop out some kids, make me an uncle, and legit get married. I kept saying that. In my head, I have always these happy endings. I used to have these happy endings in my head for Maya. Is that her name? Maya Higa and Mizkif. And so when they broke up, I was fucking hurt. On some parasocial shit, I was fucking, these are my friends. They done some very interesting things for me behind the scenes, like real homie shit. And then they kind of discarded me when they went too liberal, which kind of ticked me off. But yeah, I remember when they broke up over like whatever reason, just, to be whores and stuff. I remember just really getting pissed off by that. Like really, it's like when someone ruins my parasocial happy endings in my head, really fucking bothers me. You know what I mean? But I'm not those guys who cry about it on Twitter. I just say, hey man, I don't think it's good. You should be with Angie or whatever. But if I was sitting right now next to Myron, I would say, yeah, you can have too much cake. You can have too much red pill cake. How do you know you got too much red pill cake? When it starts, when you're the guy on the internet saying she's a great person, but we want different things, right? If you ever hear yourself out loud saying she's a great person, did nothing wrong, but we're on different journeys. If you hear someone say that, What are you talking about? What are you talk? What are you crazy? There's nothing. There's nothing wrong with her. There's nothing negative. It's all positive joys and vibes. But now streaming has become the priority, right? And to be honest, in Myron's shadow, if we look at it, there are some suppressed tendencies. Like, for example, when you're working in immigration, you get your life in order early, you're a smart guy like Myron, you do miss out on bitches. And if you feel like you missed out on bitches and you become a millionaire and now you feel like you're owed this new life. So 100% I understand what he's saying. I understand 100%. I'm not an idiot, but that really bothered me where it's like, how old is Myron? Like me and Sneeko, all we ever talked about is, I guess since we all met when he was with Angie in the beginning phase of the relationship, it always felt like family to us, parasocial shit. He's 35. Yeah. But I think spiritually in Myron's head, he's like, I think he's at, yeah, he's like at 28 in his head. You know how people have a different, every human being has a different number for how they view themselves in age, right? Do you know what I mean by that? I think that's where Myron's at. He's like at a 28, and I don't dare speak because my dad, who's from the most traditional place in the world, that everyone gets married early. Some of them get married at fucking 17 and a half. Like that's how medieval it is in more third world areas, right? Well, it's not third world, but you know what I'm saying? Like it's not the West. My dad got married at 29 in old Europe where nobody used to do shit. I'm like, how the fuck shouldn't the whole town, city laugh at you? Didn't the whole city laugh at you, bro? And he just smiled, like, kind of embarrassed. But I'm like, holy shit, my dad was really not an early starter like I thought he was because he's so traditional, you know? Because as soon as my dad told me this, because I never paid attention, he would tell me, but I never paid attention. I was like, hold on. If my dad in ancient times when he lived, I mean, he's still alive, God bless him. But I'm saying in ancient times, you know how he talks about like my dad's like the most optimistic soul you could ever meet. Like he always says one life feels like 1,000 years. And I'm like, really, Dad? How come everyone says it goes by quick? And he goes, nope, they're lying. They didn't live. They didn't live their lives because if you live your life, it legit feels like 1,000 years. And I'm like, oh shit, you were like, yeah. Like my dad is like really not trying to be an optimist. He just feels that life is very full, right? And he's always been like a morally upright guy. So I guess to him, like he's always had a job. He's always. If you ask a Zoomer today who just has like 2 years in between their jobs, it's different. Life can spin by faster. But yeah, I remember thinking like, oh shit, if my dad got married in old Europe, where you're supposed to get married at like 18, if my dad got married that late, 29, then what he effectively told me is that Zerka, John, you're gonna get married at 39. Because his was 29, and I'm in a new age where people are a lot more youthful with their dating experiences, right? A lot more abundant, how you say? Immediately it hit me. I'm like, holy shit, I'm far away from that. And it kind of stung because I'm like, nah, I should get married in a couple of years. What the fuck? But I'm like, realistically, holy shit! If my dad, who's very different from me, he's very straight edge, if he was as late, and he's really good looking, so if he was as late as 29, I'm fucked, right? So I can break that spell, obviously, and I'm not gonna lie to you. It's like I'm not in the biggest rush ever to split my money in half. I genuinely think I'm gonna go this incarnation without doing that. There's something about money where anyone in the chat, if you've worked really hard for your money, now that it's flowing, there's something about I don't want to. I don't want to split shit. How about that? I'm not being selfish. I'm legit being like, I really bled for this money. Seriously bled. I don't want to start over. I don't want to do anything halfway. I don't want to split anything. Anyone else like me? Yeah. I'm not saying is anyone like, oh, down to not split their money and all that. I'm saying, did anyone else bleed for their lifestyle? Did anyone else really go to some dark places to get where they're at? Because if you do, if you had an easier time, let's say you have a harder time in your relationship world, but you have an easy time in your finance world, you're not going to get what I'm saying, right? Yeah. No, I will get married. It's just I don't think I could sign that paper, right? But I'll tell you this. What would I do if I was Myron? Let's be super fair now. Could there be a universe where I do the same thing as Myron? Yeah. We can eat too much red pill cake. Everyone does it, right? But the clear-minded me really believes Myron should stay with that girl. Anyone else, one in the chat, that you can have too much red pill cake? You can get sick of it? Now, it's terrifying to say that to the world because then they think, okay, give me blue pill cake. That's not what we're saying at all, right? Doesn't Myron have multiple girls? That's not the same though. Having multiple women versus one that is the right fit for you is so much better for if you want Myron to live a longer life, be healthier, be filled with love, all that. There's so many cellular to the cellular level benefits of being around Angie that you cannot get from, I'm not saying hoes, I'm saying other women. I don't care if I know four women very well. Three will always be other women. That's just how the mind works. You know what I mean by that? That's why people talk about the word priorities with their hoes. So I don't care how well you know your hoes. I don't care how conscious you are. Like I always say, if you're gonna sin and have hoes and stuff, be as conscious as you can, right? Don't just be fucking their throats. Be as conscious as you can in that relationship with them, right? And you can minimize all the bad that happens to you, most of it at least, right? Now, if you're just evil, a lot of horrible things happen with that kind of sexual appetite. But if you're conscious, you're not capable of too much evil. You're just kind of the stupid idiot at that point. You're just as much as the next guy. Or let's say Swedenborg talks about how inherited sin doesn't get punished, which is so interesting if you think about it. If you inherited a world that literally promotes you being a hoe and her being a hoe and everyone being a hoe, then how the fuck are you gonna battle that? It's like that guy who did I forget his name, he did that stream with Myron, and he talked about how he went to church and he waited till 30 years old to lose his virginity and all this stuff. And then he went up to the pastors and said, how come all the girls are like they have high body counts in the church? And the pastor's like, oh, don't judge the soul. And he didn't have an answer. And he's like, wow, this is just probably like the most depressing day of my life. Right? And then you realize, oh, wait a minute. If you've inherited this world of everyone fucking everyone, you don't have to worry too much about this sin. Okay? Clearly, it's everyone's fucking up. You have to worry about sins that you know for a fact you can avoid. Like when people say, like, oh, I fucking watched some prawn. Yeah, who cares? It happened. Why are you making it your whole life story? Right? Why are you acting like God gives a fuck? But why are you making God that small to you? Like, what are you doing right now? What the fuck are you doing? You care. You care for your progression. All right? You care. Stop making it a spiritual matter. But yeah, it's like you're born in a time where people are pretty much. One in the chat, if every girl you've dated was more promiscuous than you thought. You maybe found out later. You maybe found out she's not a hoe, but she definitely had partners. You found out that she didn't keep secrets from you. You never asked. And And one in the chat, if you've had experiences where it didn't piss you off, it kind of just, huh, wow, I didn't know that, you know? Now, if it pissed you off every single time, like me, then you're probably gonna have a couple bad years of your life ahead of you. But if you're at that point where it's like, oh, this is like this is what the incarnation is right now. It's a more sexual incarnation, for better or for worse, whatever. Everyone wants to say it's for better or for worse. But if we rewinded the clock to medieval times, a lot of you would be like, Zerka, I do not like my wife. She is not attractive. Bring me back to 2025. I can't touch anyone else and blah, blah. So, like, everyone chose to come here for whatever facts and lessons they got to learn. And, some people will learn that till they're 40, some people fuck till they're 50 or whatever. I think if you've got a lack of love in your life, fucking should be the last priority. It's like when guys message me, yo, I got hoes, but we don't laugh together. We don't have love together. I don't protect them from traffic. I don't have a sense of making their life better. Literally don't care about them besides when we fuck. And I'm like, that sounds devilish to me, dude. Like, well, you don't get ice cream at the hall? What the fuck? Like, she wants soul progression too. That's why she's fucking you. Like, nobody fucks because I just can't control it. It's like, no, you want soul progression. You don't know how to speed things up. So you try and bond, right? You try and combiness, go into angel mode, even if it lasts a few minutes in the bedroom and all that, right? You try and get that angelic feeling, right? That unity feeling. And it's like, dude, why would you ever want Myron to give all that up? I know Myron's not into any kind of mystical answers, which, in my opinion, imagine how boring life would be if you were never into any mystical answers. Imagine if all your answers came from the word AI, the letters AI. Like, imagine if life was metallic like that, you know? To me, it's like there's so much mystical things I talk about that I have not experienced myself, and I say I haven't, and I am skeptical of where I read them from, but I'm still intrigued. They still take me somewhere. Now, if I didn't have let's just say, what do my friends say? My friends all call it, okay, call Zerka for the weird answer. We know what you should do with your girl, but let's call Zerka. Call him over. He's going to drop by. He's going to rev the engine. Then he's going to come upstairs and give us the weird answer. And all these friends I have that say, give us the weird answer, what they're saying is like, give an answer that is not modern, right? That's what the term, the mystery answer, the mystical answer, right? I get terrified that if you're too metallic in the world, you could be like Myron, where, bro, it's been a couple of months. He just threw it all away with Angie. Bro, they got a dog together. Like, and I get that we're not on earth to stay with one partner forever. That's actually the best case scenario. That's like you did really good. But most relationships in the world, a lot of them are to build up an immense amount of love, and at the peak, to build inner freedom like no other by heartbreak. There's a lot of those trials. Those are some of the most popular trials in the age we're at. Now, remember, if you follow medieval Christianity, it's very different from Catholicism on sin. It doesn't say you burn in hell for fucking bitches, none of that, right? This is all just developing inner love for your neighbor in whatever way you need to learn it. And mistakes is the only way that you can build up to it. You can't just teleport to the truth. Like, remember, mystical Christianity talks about even saints that legit selfishly never got married, did everything right, became saints legit, but did not do what they were supposed to do on earth, meaning they bypassed their mission to go to God, right? And in Christianity is a mystical fact. It says, if you don't have one foot on your mission on earth and one foot on spirit, you're fucked. But Catholics would say that's serving two masters. And then you got to really ask yourself, like, if you ever want to come to the truth quick, it's like, well, who are the real Catholics? Who are the modern Catholics? Who are in history the legit closest to God, the most peaceful people you could find that died for love of God? And then who are just some Catholics? Like there history shows you the victors in spirit. And it shows you a lot of people who are more ego driven. Like one in chat, if you can believe that a monk who never gets married, some of them do it for egotistical reasons, right? So it's like a supernatural reason. They want superpowers. And then you'll have characters like Swedenborg who, what do they say? Quote me if, let me know if I'm wrong about this. I could be wrong about this, but he's had girlfriends and all that. He was never like settling down. And then much later in his life, he pulled away completely once he learned all of his lessons and spiritually evolved. In his evolution, he cut out sexual activity at a very late age. And then this opened his spiritual eyes the most, right? And I'm not talking about like how you and me open our spiritual eyes on at a fucking Shambhala trip or a Burning Man trip. I'm not talking about momentary. I'm talking about like long periods of deep. No, remember, if you have a spiritual experience but zero wisdom from it, yeah, it's a spiritual experience, but I don't think it's something you should ever replicate, in my opinion, right? Spirituality comes with legit knowing. Like you get big pieces of knowing in your life, right? Like I know for the next however many years on earth I have left that I have to run lectures like this for my soul to progress. Why? Because one, we can locate it through real passion. This is not a chore for me, right? I do sometimes go away from it where I have 0% scammer in me. So I'll give all this for like $23 and yeah, fund my life like that, which really pisses me off later. Then I get angry about it. Like 23, what the fuck? I'm busting ass here, right? That just stings, right? That's just like, but it's like also, dude, I'm telling you right now, when you're genuinely passionate about something, you can do it for 50 years and you can know that that's what you're supposed to do. And that's a great feeling, although it comes with responsibility. A lot of people think it's just a great feeling. Like Zerka, so cool that you figured out more than anyone your age what you want to do for the next 50 years and blah blah blah. And if you're gonna make it that long or whatever, which is weird. I have a deep, dark secret that I don't want to make it that long. Like, does anyone else have this deep, selfish secret that you want to be the first to die because you could not bear going through losing a family member? Does anyone else have that, like, youngest child syndrome? Where I don't think oldest children think like that. I think the youngest are vulnerable to those kind of thoughts. Or am I the only one? Right. You guys see me like older brother, but like I'm pretty sure I'm the only one in my family who like my brothers think always talk about late in life and I never do. I'm trying to get like them, but yeah, I've always had like this huge fantasy of me going away first so I don't bear the responsibility of my soul progressing, losing a loved one and all that. Right? But yeah, moral of the story is, or I'll leave it to you guys. Can you have too much red pill cake? Right? If thought forms are contagious, let's be real about this. Right? Because remember, the stuff that I project out there, I don't want it to harm someone and that affects me and you. And I'll take this even gayer and deeper. If it just affects your life negatively, I genuinely will bite nails for that. That shit fucks me up. And it's not because you pay money to be here. It's more like, oh, I'm the weird kid in class that got popular. And the guys that made me popular have worse lives because of me. Shouldn't I tell them to slow down on red pill cake if my best friend Myron is breaking it off with Angie over reasons that would make you want to like strangle him? Like, what the hell? Anyone else feel like that's my responsibility to tell people, hey, you can't have too much red pill cake because I'm the fucking muffin man. I'm the cake guy. Yeah, he messaged me. I should. Okay, what was the next topic? Weed, right? The reason why I didn't go to the topic weed is, do you see when I go off my mind instead of yours, how the content is so much better? One in the chat. Reinforce that. Reinforce my tangents because those are clippable, right? Yeah. When do her rug pull a girl? Exactly. Exactly. That's too red pill. Yeah. By the way, if red pill in your head means like empty eyes, like some of those that redhead red pill guy, that what's his name? That we always used to laugh at. He has like this empty look on his face. It's like Myron and Tate's friend. He's like such a funny face to look at when he talks about anything red pill. It's like trauma face. He's got red hair. He's got a construction company, makes a lot of money with it. You know what I'm talking about? The fucking Rollo Tomasi circles. He stays there. Jay Waller, yeah, yeah, that guy. Yo, if Red Pill feels as hollow as the look in that guy's face, where he goes, "My girlfriend brings me girlfriends," and he just looks like deeply insecure when he talks about his girlfriend. He looks secure when he talks about business and a lot of cool stuff, but when he talks about his girlfriend, there's like this trauma level. His eyes dilate. It's actually kind of, you can laugh at it and then it happens to you type shit. You don't want to ever laugh at a human in a malicious way because you get interesting lessons that way, right? But man, there's something traumatizing about having too much red pill cake where you can always tell someone's had too much red pill cake if they say, Zerka's the king of red pill. Andrew Tate's the king of red pill. Nick Fuentes is the king of red pill. So if you've made a king in your world about your red thoughts, you're a fucking faggot. Like, how the fuck can everything I say be something you agree with? Like, I like that Nick promotes his audience to agree with everything, and I get you have to be like that in the political world. I think it's damaging to his karma. I think it's damaging to his soul, where it's like, bro, God forbid someone's teaching you to live a better life and they're saying literally copy Zerka 100%. Bro, I give you abstract thoughts for a reason. Like, go play with it. If you're not playing with a thought in your mind, bro, you're gonna get raped. You're gonna get raped, and that's like, play with everything I throw your way. Also, a lot of you guys don't realize that the study portion of your life, that elementary, high school, college, those study portions of your life will later get mirrored by a study that you embark upon that has nothing to do with school. It's just your own personal study. Your own personal study, your inner study is nothing is more important. This is the only thing that will let you get up in the morning correct. It's not going to be career, wife, kids, none of that. Actually, your wife and kids will be attracted to you because you'll have this inner study, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? And a lot of you guys who are the study types, the thinking types, a lot of you guys will have a play that lets you calm down. Like some guys paint wooden ships, those models. I get that, but I'm saying if you're not the thinking type and you've noticed anytime you are the thinking type, your life is going better, you're noticing that your life is better when you're conscious. Does that mean you should never have 4 beers in a row quick? No. Let's have some beers. What the fuck? I'll never, ever build your shadow going extreme with you on anything. Play with it and just count the days you're a winner. You're going to realize winning isn't about actual winning. It's about this neutral energy of being conscious, right? This self-remembering state. It's like this level of certainty you have where you feel attractive when someone's looking at you. It's not that you are, maybe you're just woke up, maybe whatever, but you feel it in your bones, right? And this level of pull is super important throughout your day. It's like you're juggling a hot potato throughout your day, and the days you don't juggle this hot potato, you're fucked. So every day should be like that. Another thing, you only have X amount of days on earth to have a spiritual practice. If you're waiting, like, oh, I'll start in 10 years from now, which a lot of guys have told me on private calls with me, I have no problem if an 18-year-old tells me that. I really don't. I'm not ever pushing someone, right? Because I don't know what you're going through in your progression that makes you that far away from a ritualistic practice. But I'll tell you this, man. If you're ever doing a meditative, ritualistic, or if you can't do those, you're those guys who need a concentrated concentration practice. If you are ever doing this type of lifestyle and you realize it's not fun when you do it, don't come to me and say, "Oh, it's just discipline. I don't have discipline." It's no. If it's not fun, if you're not inquisitive, if you're not curious of your own mind, then stop. Many guys I've trained, I said only do it when it's fun. And they'll do 200 days in a row. But the guys I say, hey, let's get disciplined, do it because you have to. This is not push-ups, bro. This is the mind. This can give you 1,000 yellow elephant thoughts in the middle of your practice. Relentless. 10,000 things can fucking poke at you. You really think discipline is going to defeat 10,000 things? Sure, if you're in a fucking temple, but you got your own problems today. Everyone has their own problems, right? They're not even real. They're illusions, but play with them, whatever. You're here to develop thinking, play with those fucking illusions. I get it. But I'm telling you right now, when you're developing concentration, and that doesn't mean just your ritualistic practice, driving your car, reading the newspaper, listening to me right now, you can focus on a point in between your eyes and concentrate. And this talk can sound fun again. That spirit reviving you. Not everything has to be a discipline answer to look cool in front of the girls, bro. Okay? If thinking can be one of the most creative things you do, way more than spunking through your nuts, right? If it's creative, don't let it go dead by discipline. Discipline with creation, now we're in the middle, right? Now let's fucking do it. But yeah, I just noticed that in the red pill circles, discipline, 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 discipline. And it's like, okay, let me tell you this, man. They all sound the same. How many red pill guys keep repeating the word discipline to look cool? When are you gonna get bored of looking cool, bro? Have you known, Zerka, you got so many chicks and blah blah blah. Yeah, but I was kind of nerdy too. I was kind of dorky around them. You ever remember those clips? Like I wasn't just the cool guy. When the fuck was I just the cool guy? I'm very in the middle of who I am, in the middle of my nature. I'm people who are have you ever seen someone copying me and it's kind of cringe around the girls? Like it's so red pill that like it turns everyone off. Have you ever seen those guys? I forget the names, but you guys have spammed it so many times in my chat. And bro, I'm telling you right now, those guys are not in the middle of themselves. Bro, if you're not in the middle of yourself, where the fuck are you? So you can't have too much red pill cake. Not to beat a dead horse. Let's go to the weed question. But one in the chat, just spam in the chat. You can have too much red pill cake. And if you want an abundant amount of red pill cake, like overdose on that, then at least be a millionaire with a Bugatti and a bunch of whores, right? At least have that part of the lifestyle that doesn't make you go psycho. Because if you don't have those things and you want to just eat red pill cake all day, how can you indulge if you're empty? Like you don't have materially anything on earth to distract you for a bit. At least Tate has some distractions for a long while, right? So, yeah, which I think Tate's going about it completely wrong because there will be a point. Not right now. I get that spiritually in his head he's like 26 years old, 28. In a sweet spot, beautiful spot there. But there will be a point where he's too old to be doing this shit. You know what I mean? Do you remember that gray bearded guy on Twitter who would like copy Dan Bilzerian? And he'd have a bunch of hoes? I always find that really cringe. Like, I know Tate is 38, but I'm talking about spiritually, he's 28. Like, people are not the age that they're actually at. Like, does anyone here believe Zerka is 31 on the dot? Like, I don't think anyone here believes. I don't think you guys laugh and believe that, right? I think you guys go, yeah, this guy sounds 16. You know, like this guy sounds like people are not their number, dude. Like, does anyone believe Heel Mike is 31 right now? Does anyone believe Myron is 35? No, Myron's like 28. That's why he's into fucking bitches. If Myron was actually 35 in his head, he would not fuck that many bitches, right? It's just we're in a time period where it sounds crazy, but people are a lot younger in their mind than, like, for example, how late are people becoming parents nowadays? It's pretty late, right? Am I wrong about this study? Someone check, but it's pretty late. I'm pretty sure, right? I could be wrong. I didn't research this one that much, but yeah, it's like when you see a 30-year-old hoe on those Twitter doom scroll channels and she's still single. And it's like, why are you single at 30? And she goes, well, and you can see in her eyes she's actually 22 still, which is very sad because you can see how much people do not live in reality. That must guard them for a lot of things, but later in life can really snake them too, you know what I mean? For me, it benefits me tremendously because I get to be really funny. I get to be like, if I ever want to go into a really boring topic and retain an audience, I get to be funny, right? So for me, it's like double-edged sword. It's like if I grow up fast, uh, well, maybe I'm coping. You can be older and still retain the funny, but can you? Like I'll say this, bro. If Zerka was spiritually 40 years old right now, would he be as funny? I genuinely think the funny comes from the fact that I'm out of place. I'm in the wrong body. You know, I'm like a transgender person. I think that's where the funny comes from. It's like there's like this, I don't know. I'll say this, bro. Spiritually, as mature as Nick is in the outside world, doesn't Nick feel 17, 16? Do you guys see what I'm saying? And I didn't read this anywhere. I'm just going off of how I view the world. This is like my lens. You can debate that all you want. But does anyone else feel like, and I found out this recently. I'm like a year, I'm 94. So what am I, a year or two away from a Zoomer? That's why my whole shtick is that I'm like Zoomer energy. I never understood why I love Kanye, World War II, Mustache Man. I never understood why I loved all the Zoomer things, and Destiny would make fun of me about that. I never got that. And then I realized, oh shit, I'm really close to them. I'm not. Well, how old is Steve Bunnell? He wouldn't get the jokes. He just wouldn't get the Zoomer stuff. And I'm like, but Destiny, you're not that much older than me. Like, how are you not getting this? Then I realized, oh, there's like this cutoff energy. Like 1994, you identify a lot more with edgelord than you do with millennial shit. I don't know, and I don't think it's just me. Like I got a whole bunch of cousins, male friends that are 94, and they are all like me in that sense. They're all funny like that. I know the funniest people on earth. It's just you put a camera in front of their face and they stop being funny. There's so many people. I think there's so many funny people on earth that will not do it in front of a camera. They don't want to be in the spotlight. They not that they're shy. They don't want to be the guy who talks over other people. Where I don't mind that, you know. But yeah, it's interesting, you know. Yeah, let's talk about weed. Okay, what do you guys think of weed? And then I'll go because this should be some back and forth. Let me open you guys up. Yeah, let's go. Gay as fuck. But why? No, no, dude. If we do philosophy here, give me my money's worth, King David. On King David, bro. Say why. Don't ever just say gay as fuck. Like this is not a chat. Like if we don't stimulate minds through the chat and through me, life will get very dull. The whole point of a spiritual community, a church, whatever you want to call this, the whole point is that when we leave this call, we go, damn, that was the best part of my day. That was literally the best part of my day. I was engaged. I was this. I brought some of these topics to my friends, my cousins, my mom, my dad. Shit like that just affects you. Don't ever just say it's gay as fuck. There's got to be boost creativity. Is that a fact though? Can make you lethargic, hurts dreams. I feel like I was coping when I said that. Like I get that musicians use it, but I don't know. The idea that someone cannot be creative without it to that degree sounds like a cope to me, man. Is your book list on YouTube up to date? Nothing is up to date in Zerka world besides Twitter. If you don't have my notifications on, you're always that guy saying, "You saved my life. I just found you, bro." And it's like, bro, you're literally fucking years late. Like, fuck off. Like, what do you the worst thing is when someone DMs me, "This advice changed my life," and technically the advice is wrong that I gave. It's correct, but I did an updated version that's way better. I'm not saying on here or yesterday's stream. I'm saying like it's somewhere in the internet. But that shit pisses me off so much where I updated that lecture by 7 hours. Sometimes I even delete all lectures and put a shittier version that is just chopped up so I don't say anything wrong, which is weird. Like I really take that too serious. But I don't know. I love the idea that for the last year and a half, maybe last 2 years, I haven't said anything wrong, almost nothing wrong by my standards. Whereas in the past, I'd be like, okay, what I meant by this was blah, blah, blah. Now it's clear, concise, organized. And well, I had to let go of streaming to be that clear, right? Because it involved more study, more notes, more being a grown up, which is it's so much easier to be a grown up at my age, at 31. Like, the guys are like, you just fucking stream with whores. You can't do it at my age if you want to. I've got brothers who see this shit, bro. I got shamed too, you know? It's all fun and games until I get that text message from my bro saying, bro, they literally text me, dude, sometimes you're a genius. Why are you hanging out with hoes? And I'm like, so there's something embarrassing about that, man. I don't know. Unless I'm building my own studio, it's something very off about that. Thoughts on salvia? People say you live a whole different life in 20 minutes, but it feels like 100 years. I remember salvia in high school. I don't have any experience with it. I had a friend's friend who had experience with it. And I'll say this, man. You're just pretty much playing Russian roulette with your psyche with salvia. You know, you're playing with the devil. That's not like shrooms, which is I don't even recommend, right? I don't recommend shrooms. I don't recommend acid, but God forbid salvia, dude. That's like the worst one, like the least known about. I'm talking about in terms of experience. At least a billion people talk about shrooms, but salvia is like the worst thing I ever hear from dudes is when they say, "Oh, I got something in my vision that kind of floats back in my eyesight throughout day to day, and I experienced depersonalization and derealization." It lasted for a couple of years, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, from what? A couple of trips on salvia? Like, why? Why are you doing that to yourself? If you know your mind is like a puddle, why are you fucking raping it like that? Right? Now, if you go to something with an intention and you do shrooms, look, I'm not against experimentation in the fact that you've done it, you got out of your way. But I am against it in the fact that we're talking about it, in the fact of, oh, I need my answer. Like, for example, look at this, okay? Let's be real about drugs, okay? Is alcohol a drug? Let's just explain this quick. I would say, actually, I would say yes, yes. I think that one's more of a drug than most drugs, actually. Like XUC's on Adderall, that's a super drug. But, you know, he's still kind of conscious, right? Yeah. Check this out. What is the spiritual significance to alcohol? Obviously, there's nothing good about it. Zero. But in the world of mistakes, it does lead to men getting their first girlfriend. True or false? It does lead to men meeting a girl at a bar. True or false? And that does affect his confidence. True or false? Now, any spiritual teacher in the world would say, it's not because of alcohol. He met that girl because of... I'm realistic. I know that if he didn't have a few of those shots, he wouldn't have talked to her. You know, I'm realistic with, I get how the world of sin works, right? You go out to halfway sin, then you full sin and blah, blah, full send it and shit. I get it. I'll never sit here and pretend that some sober guys at a bar didn't open up their dating world of experience, their world of desires at the bar, sober. Like, come on, they try and ban alcohol, this drug called alcohol, and what was the what did the townsfolk, the nice civilized townsfolks that were Christian, do? They got up with pitchforks and said they'll murder everyone if you ban alcohol. So alcohol, I'd say, is the highest, most powerful drug in the game, right? That's why it's everywhere. Like the winners who are everywhere, like that one, when you see its face everywhere, you know it's the winner of the drug game. It's not acid, it's not LSD, it's not the winner of the drug game. Is how can that fucking spirit of that drug teleport so it's everywhere at once? How did it manage to do that? Well, who cares how? The fact is that it did do that. So the most powerful is easily alcohol. And you know it's the most powerful because kind of like the Jews. If you ask someone what's the most powerful drug, they will never say the word alcohol. That's how you know it's the king. Like if you can go under the radar, you know, it's like, oh, it's not the Jews, is it the blah blah blah? It's the, you know what I mean? So yeah, alcohol, does it beat Coke? Does it beat LSD? Does it beat everything combined that's completely opposite of it? Yes. Yes. Which one is consumed the most? It's alcohol. Which one leads to the most pregnancies? Which one leads to the most abortions? It's alcohol. One in the chat? One in the fucking chat. So now, in this world of desires, is alcohol a good thing? Or are we looking into the works of Paracelsus, where he said, a poison is measured by the dose, meaning you can have any poison on earth, but you can't have too much of it. You can have some bitches here and there, but if you have too much and you turn into a lustful kind of, can't pry yourself out of that lustful state, then clearly you've had too much, right? Too much cake. You can have too much cake. You can feel sick from it. Actually, I reckon there's nothing worse in life than having too much of a good thing. That weird feeling you get from that. That's a dark, emptying feeling. That's like a turning away from the Christ impulse feeling, right? And that could happen with anything, right? With most things. But now, why we're talking about alcohol is we want to get down to brass tacks. If I want to speak the truth, I'm going to tell the truth even if it hurts. And the truth that hurts is alcohol. Listen to me. Like, this fucking chair is driving me nuts. Hold on. Let me just whip my caulk up. Yeah. So that's what alcohol makes you do. You start making cock jokes. You start getting sexual for no reason. It's an aphrodisiac. Did I say the word right? Yeah, I did. But the positive side of all this shadow is it does bridge those gaps in the dating world that humans are afraid of for whatever reason. And so we can kind of owe alcohol a lot. A fuck ton. Is that interesting? That something that bad for society that kills a lot of people and car crashes and all this stuff, and it legit actually helps the average guy get his first girlfriend more than the group of friends he's around. More than my voice right now. More than anyone who cared about you, that gave you good advice. Just be sweet to her. Have you bought her a chocolate bar? Or did you say something toxic, drunk, and she laughed, and you got her Instagram, and that's your first bitch that led to a wave of confidence you cannot control until it destroys you? And now you understand why free will is so important. It's so important you do the wrong thing to learn the right thing. It's so bad if you do the right thing before learning. You cannot be a moral computer. That's not how you become an angel. You have to be a free agent who does the right thing, meaning you get tempted. You cannot be an incel who always does the right thing and their life is still shit. There's an external and an internal process you're going through in life. One is neglected, the other gets raped, and vice versa. When we look at weed, let me speak from personal experience. The gayest fucking drug of them all has to be weed. Legit, weed is the only way you can make weed cool is if you're like me. I like to go to the movie theater alone. I don't get that feeling of shame. I don't get that feeling of weirdness. I don't get none of that. I just want to absorb the movie, download it from my lectures, think with it, play with it, and spend the day being productive with a piece of pop culture that I'm supposed to digest. I'm supposed to digest Superman. I'm supposed to digest whatever they throw that has a lot of money around it. Not Marvel Cinematic Universe, but stuff that allows me to play and look at the archetypes that string this world, right? So for me, once every 4 or 5 months, there'll be a movie where I say, you know what? I'm going to buy some weed. I'm not going to tell anyone. I'm going to smoke it, sit in a movie theater alone, absorb the movie. And if you don't remember it, it's a waste of everything. But yeah, I'll have some of those moments where I go, yeah, this makes sense. But I will never sit with you and smoke a joint. I will not do that gay shit, bro. I cannot do that whole pretend like Wiz Khalifa didn't piss away his career energy. Why are Wiz Khalifa has not been relevant since I see you again. And I see you again. When I see you again. It's been 12 years since that song. That song came out when I had my first girlfriend. That's how it's been 12 motherfucking years or 10 or however long. How long has it been since that song? Rest in peace, Paul Walker. You fucking joking me? Wiz Khalifa has not been relevant in 12 years and he sits down with a fucking straight face on a podcast and says, weed does not make me lazy. Nigga, who are you? We've had Trippy Red, Purple, Green. We've had fucking Trippy Bush. We've had every fucking Power Ranger in this bitch dying off drugs and leaves. Saying, oh, fucking Papa Percocet, Papa fucking Percocet. Ah, Papa Percocet. We've had every fucking horrible song since you were relevant. We don't know who the fuck you are anymore. You're sitting on a podcast saying, weed just don't affect me. Weed don't affect me. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? You're Mr. Weed and you literally disappeared on a black and yellow, black and yellow, black. That's not about niggas and chinks. That was about Pittsburgh when they were relevant, bruh. That is the most cringe thing you could say. Is like, weed, what about weed making me creative? Did it make Wiz Khalifa creative? What's the last Wiz song you heard? What? Snoop Dogg yeah, he did a better, he was more relevant. I feel like he collabed with me and Twitch and the Raj Patel. Remember that? He did some things, like even when he fell off, he was kind of involved. I feel like Wiz is Mr. Dumbass. Like, bro, you can't make that level of money and fuck off. That makes you look crazy. You're not an influencer that can fall off and come back and fall off. And you're Mr. 150 billion views on a song. Stay there. But stay, what the? It's kind of like Justin Bieber. Does anyone think Justin Bieber lost relevancy because of drugs? Bro, some of his songs were getting 4 million views. That's pathetic to that kid. That kid does billions, bro. Like a billion views he's done before. But in the conspiracy circles, it kind of has a lot more to do with when his rituals are due. So a lot of guys say that, but man, I've seen one dude make a good song because he's high once, and a 5 billion 12 years straight of shit music, and they say drugs don't affect me, bruh. Weed don't affect me, bruh. I could have some lean, bruh. It's like, bro, I'll say this, man. When did hip hop die? Is when the SoundCloud era started. For some of you guys, this is gonna get emotional because, like, oh, I was going through a lot at this age. You're a faggot. Okay. What did Sneeko say a long time ago? He said the rap era died when everyone got into drugs, the lean, the perks. And it's interesting because go look at the popularity of hip hop. It severely dropped after the game changed. Like it went to a horrible state. Hip hop has been in such a dark fucking state that all of 2024 hip hop was summed up by ain't like us, not like us, ain't like us, not like us, ain't like us, not like us. That Kendrick song. That's if the whole year is encapsulated by one shit track, bruh. Especially because the track was so good for the first week. Like everyone's like, okay, this is fresh, this is a beef. But if something gets stale that quick, you know that that genre is fucking cooked, dead in the waters, and it has something to do with drugs. Big time. Oh yeah. So be careful if you ever cook something up when you're fucking high or drunk and you like attribute it to the drug, right? I remember saying, "Oh, I think Adderall can make you a genius," and then 1 million kids DM me, "I'm on Adderall and I'm still stupid. Now I'm broke and I'm in debt," and I'm like, "What the fuck? No, I'm the genius, bro. The drug ain't doing shit." That's the fucking dumbest thing I've ever said on a podcast. I was like, I don't know. For me, it felt like some focus back then when I liked it. And it's weird. Anyone you talk to who had a business phase that involved stimulants, they all stop doing it. They all talk about how much they were taking. They all talk about being lifeless for a couple of years. It's weird. They don't talk about it with regret like I do. I genuinely regret zombifying myself. Like, God damn, that's Faustian. Like, that is Faust. That is like, hey, you want to go good on your career? Let's get you focused here. And it's like, let's play with your dopamine. And instead of concentration practices, let's legit manipulate your dopamine to a level it can't handle for 12, 14 hours straight. Right? But there are some people who have DM me and said it does nothing for them. Different types of brains, right? Different strokes for different folks. That's why I say if you make one red pill dude your god, he could give you the best advice in the world. Your mind doesn't connect with it. You could have a different style thinking pattern, right? You know, like your mind can jump from women to esoteric to power level, like money, women, esoteric, right? Where that's like balanced with spirit, right? The Holy Spirit and everything medieval you want to learn is in the esoteric. Then women is like the external distraction. And then power level is like the security level of your tribe. You know, are you getting enough firewood for the tribe? Are you making enough crypto? Whatever the fuck. Your mind can have a healthy bounce like that. But if your mind has a dark bounce, like name one influencer who has a red pill thought to red pill thought to red pill thought to red pill talk, red pill talk, red pill talk to thought to thought to thought. They are fucking cooking themselves dry, bro. There is nothing balancing their psyche there. They are losing their fucking marbles. And that's what I mean by you don't have to do drugs to be a drug addict. You can legit be a thought addict. You could have a red pill thought that ruins your life to another red pill thought to. If a red pill thought ever ruins your life, it means you're already red pill. You know, it means if you take one more, you're gonna slap a woman in public, right? In a grimace costume, in a purple rapist costume. You're gonna run up there, become a hurrah on the internet. Either get a billion views that Grimace slapped a bitch, a red Grimace ran up and slapped a bitch on some rapist shit. And you're gonna be thinking to yourself like, huh, you can't have too much red cake. Zerka's right about this. Would you give Zerka another red pill? Would anyone here say, Zerka, let's get your triangulation of concentration and thoughts? Red pill, red pill, red pill. Let's do that. See what your next event looks like. Would anyone do that to me? Nah, you guys would be like, stay where you are. You're benefiting me right now. Okay? So fuck weed. Weed is gay as fuck. And fuck drugs. And if you don't do drugs, fuck thought addictions. If you have any thought addictions, which what do they say? 95% of an average person's thoughts every day are exactly the same. Talk about being locked in. You can't get out, bro. There's a scary part to red pill that have you noticed a lot of red pill doesn't have your best interest? Like, for example, your dad would never want you to end up alone. He wants a girl to be oogly googly all over you. That's what your dad wants. Like, my son is magnetic. This chick loves him. Now, your dad wants your best interest. So as red pill as he is, he doesn't sound like those fucking channels. But then those channels who don't give a fuck about you having any love in your heart, they're nothing like your dad. They're way more red pill than your dad. They're cartoon characters of red pill. First of all, behind the scenes, these guys have dark shadows. Number two, your dad has your best interest. So when your dad says, "Hey son, chill out on thinking all women are hoes," go get married, go have some scrambled eggs with her, laugh, go on a trip with her, have some fun, touch the water. Your dad is literally saying this incarnation can get rough if you don't have love in your heart. I don't want to see my son suffer. You really think a red pill dude has your best fucking interest, just obsessed with telling you they're all whores? Obsessed in their heart. What? Let's get more realistic. I like Zerka's red pill because he says, nah, the beautiful ones are hoes. Because they get more attention. I like Zerka's red pill a lot more. Let's be realistic, bro. That's how it goes. Right? I've met so many fridges who are not hoes. Okay? We're talking about mid to beautiful. That's what we're talking about that kind of got ruined. And to be honest, the mystical answer is who cares? Deep down in my heart, I want you guys to have a 5, 8, even 10-year marriage. I don't want you to miss all that by staying alone. I don't want you, the idea that you guys think I want you to have this perfect marriage, look around, okay? It's not how it works. You can't just click the button perfect marriage and do 100 years. Like that, who do you know who's done that? If you guys have a 2-5 year marriage, I think that's great. As long as you don't lose your money and sanity, I think that's awesome. Then your second one will be even better. But this idea that you're going in guns blazing for one perfect marriage and then you guys all get raped, why? When have you, everything you've attempted in your life, you fucking failed at? You think you're going to master angelic partnership of the mind? Do you know anyone who has? Did your parents do that? Did they? I'm asking. A lot of people say, yeah, my grandparents did. Did you know your grandparents like that? Did they tell you all their secrets? Did they tell you who cheated, who? Shut the fuck up with these lies, bro. Don't ever purity spiral on me, right? Now, there could be a lot of grandparents that did it right, that everyone talked about it in the tribe. Saying majority of grandparents on earth did it right is just, you're saying that they're highest levels of intelligence on earth, by the way. It takes an immense amount of intelligence to do a partnership correct. And as gay as it sounds, I'm talking about the spirit world partnership. I'm not talking about here. I'm talking about legit what corresponds. The idea that you have somewhere to run to in your head. Actually, my grandparents were perfectly pure. Really? Well, actually, Hispanic marriages are perfectly. Really? Well, actually, they never divorce. Really? Well, actually, Iraqi families will cut our head off before they divorce. Really? Well, you talk to humans and they cope so much. The marriages that do work out internally are suffering as well. Like, dude, we're talking about a psychic partnership, an angelic development. the fastest soul progression you could have. So fast that a lot of people don't even get it done this time. Even if they stay married for life, they had a bitter marriage. Like when we talk about what you guys are trying to do, I'm trying to have one good marriage and that's it. I don't fucking see it in any of you. I don't even see it in geniuses, bro. Are you fucking stupid? I'm not talking about genius, the ones that isolate. I'm talking about like a social genius. You guys got to really calm down on the fact that you're going to nail it your first time. Some of you will nail it your first time by not thinking like that. But locking in and trying to nail it your first time, chill out with that shit. A lot of you guys do that. One in the chat if you've done that with girlfriend relationships. You go, this is the one. And how nasty did that go for you? And because you were doing it with her, taking clothes off and all that ritualistic stuff, that means you guys were in spirit realm married. So you guys have all already had a divorce. If you experience heartbreak, it's a divorce, right? It's just not monetary. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you see it in yourself, Zerga? You know, Mello, I think about that a lot. I'm like, I'm extremely loving, right? I'm really good at loving someone, anyone, but even especially a partner. My only issue ever in the dating world has always been on my anger issues. And it's not like she's done anything to me. It's not like she's, cheated or anything. But I have this one in the chat. If you can relate, don't just press one. Anyone else have this serious anger issue of when you do your girlfriend a favor and you feel like it took too long to do it? For example, you have to stop to get some things because her cousin or her sister is sick and whatever, and you waste 4 or 5 hours of your own time on earth. The only hours you have to study, not even to play video games, to study to go to the next level, and you go home thinking, oh man, this is the third day in a row that she's obstructed these free time hours I have. And you start to really despise the bitch. Like I'm talking about some evil, you want to beat the shit out of her type energy. Like you want to do it, but don't push me, nigga. That level of anger is called incel anger, and I suffer from it severely. Like, bro, the idea that 3 days in a row, my free time can go to the partnership, right? Like, have you noticed you can't just take care of a girl when she's sick and get her soup? It's always she wants some emotional drain out of you too. And here's the truth. That's literally what a relationship is. You're not allowed to red pill that part. Everyone who red pills that part has whores as girlfriends, like Tate. If you have a genuine girlfriend, you are not allowed to heal her physically with soup and all that, but not mentally. That's literally what the partnership is. The only time the relationship is real is when you're there for her in that sense. Meaning, it doesn't matter that you lost 3 days of your study. It doesn't matter that you have to go back to work and you're busy and you're behind schedule, because the relationship always comes before anything you're doing. That's what marriage is. And to me, the world I come from, I bled for what I have. That really turns me off. That shit is vile to me. That a woman cannot just suffer alone for a few hours and wait. You know how men suffer 10 hours alone, but a woman has to suffer socially? That really bothers me on some deep kind of what the fuck? We all suffer, right? We all suffer. What do you mean you need social energy to what? You need my legit presence to suffer? And you'll never understand this until you see how women are built and you realize she doesn't even get what I'm saying, right? And here's the craziest part. If she did suffer alone, you would get turned off by her. You'd think she's manly. That's the weirdest catch-22 of all relationships on earth, where you have to bend in the feminine. You have a feminine inside you for a reason. It has to be passive in some places. But in the logical world, that shit is traumatizing because in the logical world, you can lose $500,000 fucking dollars fucking up. This is not a game to you. So anytime you have to let go of logic, things get terrifying as a man. Like, wait a minute, I've lost 3 days of what I'm supposed to do because this girl got sick, or her sister's sick, or someone is fucking having a stomach ache again. And this happens every month. And women are like that. Like, a woman will never have 7 days in a row without some serious stomach ache or something. Like, have you noticed that? And all these illnesses come from her mind, right? They have a different mind. That's why they have these. And it's like almost signals of, am I being taken care of or not? Am I being taken care of? And bro, on paper, you can take care of her. But if you don't check that emotional box, you're headed for divorce, and you'll have a bald fucking faggot named Andrew Tate reels on your TikTok, sliding reels, spamming, don't be a simp, let the bitch suffer. And you'll let the bitch suffer, and then you fucking destroy everything. You'll lose a 5, 10 year marriage because you saw some TikTok reel of a dude who's not married who's fucking literal prostitutes. You know how much fun it is to fucking smash a prostitute and then go live and talk about relationships? I love doing that. This is the greatest thing ever. It's like, what? You're an OnlyFans hoe and I'm Zerka? Let me smash you and then tell the public what they're supposed to do. That's the most fun shit on earth that I can do in my time. My haters get fucking torched, jealous because of that. And my lovers, they get entertained. But deep down, who the fuck is winning? Imagine some married dude is absorbing the, wait a minute, just be cruel to her. What did the, yo, you're on earth to develop love in your heart. Some people don't have love anywhere except the things they draw. Their name is like Akira Toriyama, and they create Dragon Ball, and they bring that much love into this world, and it corresponds into the spiritual world. Like, if you've watched Dragon Ball, your spiritual heaven, you will turn into a Super Saiyan in 4D. I've seen it. It's fucking intense. If you love cars, your spiritual heaven has a lot to do with cars in a 4D sense, not this 3D world. Way different. But you are building the good. You're going towards the good. There is a subjective aspect to the things you love, whether you love this, that, whatever. And I'm telling you right now, the best cream of the crop love, especially in the aftermarket game, I'm telling you right now, it's the people you build love with. You cannot just tell her to fuck off. But I'll tell you right now, man, I don't think it's ever in history been harder to live with a woman than 2025. One in the chat. Like, if you do that, holy shit, do I respect you. That is crazy that you do that at the age of 23, 25, 28. To me, those are all very young ages to be mind meshing with something that always has a stomach ache, meaning she has a mental ache, meaning her mental is weak. And in a weird way, weakness in women is not weakness, right? If we adopt it as weakness, but weakness in women is actually just a sensor to see, am I being taken care of? So it's like their strongest strength is to be weak sometimes, right? They're like, am I a flower being taken care of? Like, literally on some robotic shit. Protect me. I feel safe, but I still want protection. What? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? So they're really powerful for distorting your mind, right? But let's not pretend like this red pill cake doesn't go both ways. Like, you know how many people get hella fucking energized? Yes, my lady. Just doing things for their wife. Why is the red pill saying simp this, simp that? Dude, what gives you energy? What gives you spirit? What gives you love? What gives you a colorful world is good for you. I'm not saying you should be a simp, but bro, don't pretend like a woman cannot get you to fucking go harder on your empire. Yes, you've always done it alone. Yes, she didn't contribute to the empire, but the idea that the book Sex Transmutation is false, that they can't inspire something, I'll tell you this. Sure, maybe Becky didn't inspire you to go somewhere, but the idea of Becky as the anima, as the soul, she's moved mountains for you, archetypally. If you know what I'm saying here, if you have to Google these words, please figure it out. That's the most important part of the lesson today. Now, obviously, you're not gonna say, Becky, it's because of you I made 10 million fucking dollar empire. That's not how it works. But even before there was Becky, there's this invisible woman in the psyche of man that they're working towards. They don't just build resources to hoard. They want to throw the resources at someone, build a garden, fence, tower around them. Men by nature have that golden retriever gayness to them. Let's be real. It's not gayness, but it is something like no pussy, put the swords down. Nobody wants to fight anymore. Let's be real. you know, like any guy who's giving you the red pill answer of no, bro, we'd still conquer if there's no women. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? What the fuck are you talking about? You cannot play in a masculine world without the feminine. The game needs both. That's how it works. And it wouldn't even be fun, right? Put your hand down, motherfucker. I didn't ask you to speak. You should be killed with a fucking machete. All right, next question. Sorry about that. I still have anger when I talk about the unfairness of being a guy, because that's my experience on Earth, right? Stop thinking I'm like this perfect dude. Dude, if you think anyone's perfect, like, oh, they can just maintain, you will see your breaking point when you live with a woman, bro. You'll see how strange things get, right? Not even bad, strange, in a bad way. How to get motion back after 1 to 2 stagnant months. You know, anytime you have 2 slow months, which is terrifyingly too much, it should be like at the most 4 days, bro. Let's be real. You're an adult now. You stop thinking like a faggot. That's like an unemployed in between jobs kind of energy, bro. But anytime you've been slow for a long period of time, it requires your attention on something. There's something you're not feeding attention, and it's not going to go away until you give your attention, awareness, and power to that thing. All right, something your soul desperately is nudging you towards, but doesn't want to be outside of space and time as a dictator, wants you to decide for yourself. So you're taking a million fucking different angles to get there, right? And remember, if you can't be alone with your thoughts, don't even bother in self-development. Just turn into a streamer and yap all day. Okay? Turn into a faggot. Why do I feel like I've fallen from grace? It's probably a false illusion you're going through. Most people have fake pains and sufferings. And after talking to them a bunch, they tell me. They're ashamed to tell me, but they go, yeah, it was a lot of my suffering was just false. And it's like, bro, don't do that to yourself. That's the cringiest thing you can do, because there's something about suffering and meaning that humans get tangled up a lot. You know, it's like, dude, not all suffering has meaning, right? Only the important stuff. Okay. Should I make hoes spend money on me? I have a grudge too. I've had that grudge before, and to be real with you, nah. Nah. Dude, when have you ever gotten handouts or gifts and actually felt good about it? Right? It's like those guys who celebrate their birthday. There's something really gay about a human being that celebrates their birthday. The first time I said this, I was 17 years old. Everyone in school looked at me weird. It's like, there's something really gay about that, right? Like, your birthday should be, oh shit, fuck, the year cycled by. Am I getting better? Am I getting closer to the Devicon that I need for my development, or am I getting further? That's that's the only thoughts that should go through your head as a 17-year-old, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, you know, all the way to my age. Wise old man. But man, to think like, hey, I need another treat. Like, shut the fuck up, nigga. You've had how many treats, bro? Actually, when you develop your concentration correct, you'll realize, bro, a swim at the pool alone can be the greatest treat of your life. You'll be like, whoa, there's some internal peace I have never felt before. And you'll realize your day is filled with these kind of great moments. But this idea that you need a birthday moment, it's very womanly, right? I'll never pretend to understand the woman totally, like why they need to celebrate their birthday with whore balloons and a toxic masculine guy like Zerka to fuck them, right? There's nothing more exhausting than when they call me for some R word session. They want an R word session out of me. And I'm like, bro, I don't do that. You're not even my girlfriend. That's like, what? You think I trust you like that? I'm here because you're hot. I'm not here to fucking risk my whole life for your fucking dumbass game. Like I got shit to do, nigga. But they go, oh, I need the toxic. I need to feel seen on my birthday. And nigga, fuck your birthday, bro. Fuck your birthday. Don't ever call me again. You fucking played yourself, you dumb bitch. Right? Something about a beautiful bitch being that desperate is such a turn off. Shut the fuck up, bro. I like a tease better. Call me to your fucking hotel and tease me. Don't fucking be that desperate. It turns me the fuck off. You look pathetic. I feel like Tom Brady, and I don't. I'm not. I don't. I hate when I feel too cool in life. I like being just cool enough, nigga. I don't want to feel like Tom Brady when I fucking still don't have Tom Brady $100 billion. Like, don't ever make me feel like God in your fucking shitty hotel room because you're trying to save the money some simp sent you. Like, you're a fucking joke. You're pathetic for that. And I still bring love, make them laugh and stuff. But man, women being desperate is like, stop it. Stop. And it all comes from the fact that, yeah, I've seen you at the bar with ugly ass dudes that have money. You're not used to me. I get it. And they never see me as money. They go, Zerko, you make a lot of money, but you don't share it. You don't share it with the bitch. It's like, yeah, I don't. So then they never see me as money. They see me as like, okay, then just give me the fuck session. It's like, bro, you sound like a man, bro. I don't care how you try and mask it, what language you use. Something is off about you, bro. That's why I'm really into the archetypal lectures I give. I really like when a girl goes, that guy's like 1,000% boy energy. There's a child and there's a teenager and there's an adult in Zerka. Just man energy all around. They're all rooting for the same character. Then you meet a girl acting like a man. And it's like, nigga, you giving me trans vibes and you look like an angel. Something's off, bro. And have you ever looked at a beautiful woman, but when she speaks, you cringe so hard you cannot even be turned on? And obviously, you can find moments where you're not cringe enough to smash her, but it feels like you're cheating the game. You feel dirty doing that. And what's happening there is you're looking at her inward look. There's a lot of souls that they worship God by coming into earth good looking, developing their good looking face, right? So for some of them, it's trials. Their incarnation is, how do I handle being good looking? Do I fuck the world? Right? Do I bring love? Do I bring charity? What do I bring as a good looking person? Most good looking people, why people like them is they're honoring God by their development, right? In their incarnation, they're honoring God, their I am, right? They're showing up to the dinner table of God, looking good for God. It's like one of the most honorable things you can do. You do it for a girl, let alone for your Lord and Creator. You should be good, looking good for your Lord, right? And then there are people, so many people on earth that are really good looking, but inwardly they're ugly. So when they speak, you can almost see it, not with your eye, but your mind's eye. And you see this monstrosity of a form behind her, something so ugly that you feel bad for her. You don't want to yell at her. You don't want to beat her. You kind of want to tell her, hey, there's something deeper happening in your psyche. You shouldn't be speaking like that. Those thought forms are not healthy for your evolution. That doesn't even look like you. But yeah, you're going to see some inward ugliness from really good looking people. And bro, in future Jupiter stage of evolution, right? I'm telling you right now, they will not be able to hide their ugliness. Everything will be shown on their face, all their thoughts and emotions, right? People will stay away from the different souls, different energies you want to be around will stay away. You will naturally gravitate to pieces of shit if you're inwardly a piece of shit. Now, is Zerka a piece of shit? A lot of the time I can be, yes. But I don't think 365 days of the year I am. Really, I don't. right? Would you say it's 50-50? I don't know. If I spoke for myself, anything I say is cringe, and anything would be jumping jumping parts of my shadow that I want to avoid, right? So I wouldn't give the answer. You guys would have to think about it, not even say it, think about it in your head of what I'm like. But genuinely, I don't feel like 365. I don't think I've ever had 365-day streak of being a piece of shit, right? I know I've had weeks and months and then something to counterbalance it. And to be honest, doing it that way is very stupid too. Like, let's not pretend there's not good people for 5, 10 years straight. There's a lot of people better than you. Some of them are ugly too, but inwardly they're beautiful and they will see the fruits of their labor. Trust me on that. But again, the goal is always the inner and the outer. You want to be good looking inner and outer, right? But I'll tell you this, man. Be careful with these beautiful women that are really masculine because you're getting turned off for a reason, right? Everything intuitive is actually really important to listen to. What does intuition mean nowadays besides like some voodoo blonde whore who has crystals like word? I don't know what the word intuition has become, but you can't find one intellectual without mentioning intuition. Like they eventually crack and just break down to there's this inner knowing that we go to. Sometimes it requires thinking. A lot of times it requires zero thinking. You know, it's like a non-dual state, right? It's like a wholeness state. But there are some times where you get certainty from a thought project, especially if it's bringing new life forces, new energies, new creative aspects to it. If it's dead thinking, obviously dead thinking will take you nowhere, right? But the way you should see it is every thought form co-creates many spirits. I don't want to say how many, but many. You should think of every thought form. Let's say you have 10,000 in a day. I don't know. Everyone's different, right? Depends if you're on coffee or whatever, but whatever you're taking, it changes. But let's say you have 10,000 a day. Aim to have 10,000 correct thought forms. They don't all have to be positive. You should have a radical optimism to your life, your personal life. I'm not talking about to the general of life. There's some things that are horrors to see, like in Palestine. That shit is, every time you're on your phone is horrific shit. And every time you see that, by the way, is actually damaging you, right? Because the idea that you're doing nothing about it, it will karmically connect to you. You don't realize till you're sick. I actually predict that Trump will be severely sick for doing nothing for Palestine. Is that, remember, in the world of infinite mercy, people get like 10,000 chances to do the right thing. And then they say, God didn't help me out. And it's like, no, God gave you 10,000 fucking hours to do the right thing. Like he pretty much, without affecting your free will, made the system so you can try and benefit those children in Palestine somehow. And you're failing as Trump. See, inwardly, you hold that turns into disease. And that's the mystery of disease. One in the chat, if you got your money's worth. Let's keep going for another 2 hours. This lecture is only going to get deeper. If you have no questions you can think of, all the tweets that I delete them because I'm done this lecture. I don't want to bog you guys down with too many tweets. Keep some of the good stuff, but delete most of it. Those tweets should trigger your memory into what you wanted to ask me. Usually I try and make these lectures feel like it's everything we speak about on Twitter for a few, maybe 7-10 days, and then bring it all here. Keep this pace, yeah. How do I stay in the feeling of, we answered that yesterday, and I'm making an in-depth video on that, Mellow, but let's stay on topic. Yeah, that's no abstract questions like that, AK easy. Don't ever ruin a good lecture. How to get out of negative thoughts? Write this down. You can only be out of anything dark and negative if you're conscious. Meaning, when you're worrying, you're actually in an unconscious state. There's a million ways to get conscious and concentrate on Earth. You don't need me to tell you which way. I have a whole program set up for the ways I use, and some days it's different. Some days it's more about concentration, right? The only thing I've noticed that's consistent in staying conscious throughout your day and self-remembering is it's the highest form of mindfulness. Mindfulness is like empty of all external dead thinking, dead scrolling, dead Twitter, dead YouTube that you watch, dead gaming. There's a lot of things you do that is dead to you. You're not going to be mindful with dead things in the way, right? Like a good test I have a lot of people do for the summertime is go to the pool, go to the lake, but you got to do it alone and see how uncomfortable you feel in that water. Oh, I gotta go after 5 minutes. I gotta go after 10 minutes. I gotta go after 11 minutes. Has it been 12 minutes? Holy fuck, it's only been 6 minutes. Zerka, I did 10 minutes of, and I go, damn, you failed. When humans go swimming, they stay for an hour at least. You didn't even enjoy the water. You're that unconscious. Well, it's because I didn't have my friends there. It's because I didn't have, dude, you'll be unconscious with your friends even more. The whole point is when you can catch yourself self remembering alone, you can bring it with your friends and really elevate your lifestyle. I'm not talking about finance and all this other stuff. I'm not talking about get rich quick. I'm talking about your mood is genuinely elevated to levels of feeling like you're on a drug that doesn't take away from you, it just rises you. Right? I guess there's nothing to compare that to because there's no such thing as drug that doesn't counterbalance you. But that's the way I word it. Right? Now, have you ever seen someone who doesn't give a fuck? Have you ever seen some dude at a park who literally spread his legs and doesn't give a fuck and it's funny when you notice him and you can't notice anything in the park besides this guy? You're driving by and you notice how relaxed he is. You're literally internally laughing and chuckling to yourself when you see someone at that state of not giving a fuck because it's your deepest desire. Not for all day, but for 5 minutes of the day at least. Your deepest desire is to let go of worldly things at least for 5 minutes so then you can look forward to 10, 15, 20, an hour, an evening with your wife. You're a good human being, you have a good life. End of your story. Now, a lot of guys have told me, Zerka, I've tried everything. The one thing that helped me most, it took a toll on my financial life because I had to get away from the internet for a bit. I had to stop trading as much. I had to do this. And I go, did you find inner calm though? But I know deep down they did. And they go, yeah. And then I go, did you do that thing where you postpone? You say, hey, I'll do that. I'll be trading 8 hours a day next week, and you keep postponing that duty that's taken away from your life, and you realize postponing is the greatest way to stopping. Right? Have you ever said to yourself, man, I'll sin with hoes next day, and months pass by and you don't do it? Isn't it the greatest fucking thing ever when you're just deleting garbage thought forms? You know? Like a lot of guys have told me, if I don't have any desires to be successful, what happens when I delete all the garbage thought forms? I go, well, you live the best life ever, right? Because you don't even have that security fear. You know, the whole point of it is to reduce fear. When we reduce fear, we reduce suffering, right? And I'm not saying there's not events of suffering. Events of suffering will happen to you. And if I say you will go your whole life without one more event of suffering, most of you guys will get scared when you hear that. You'll have this instinct like, no, 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 I'm supposed to go through that like everyone else. Yeah, why do you have that thought? Because you are supposed to. It's soul progression in immense ways, in ways that you would be traumatized if you didn't go through those tragedies, right? A lot of people think these tragedies are just in this world that you see the benefit of soul progression. No, everything gets magnified on the other side as well, right? You'll be way stronger when you come back, right? Though you'll be different, stronger personality, you'll always be you. Like think of a light ray from God, the sun, let's say. Each ray is different, yet all come from the same source. So you're not just a part of everything and you're a nobody. You're literally who you are individual of everything in the world, but still connected to everything else, right? Still connected to divine being. This is a more Christianity as a mystical fact lecture than it is in what did modern Christians say? Well, there's creation of earth and then there's a disconnect. God creates it from somewhere else, but doesn't interpenetrate all things. They totally fuck your mind up with that kind of stuff where they kind of separate. Anything that separates you from the Lord is very stupid thinking, right? The idea that you have to tell God something you've done is really stupid. The idea that he's not right in between your fucking eyes right now, seeing everything, fully letting you do whatever you want, free will. Just don't keep breaking the same laws that have a negative outcome on others, right? You can do it 1,000 times, but eventually it's like enough. Like, man, the idea that you weaken God to some being that you have to go talk to and explain things, it's like, dude, the Lord is in this very moment. Everything else, like stalking the wild pendulum, is not even real. It flickers on and off, bro. But in this moment right now, you should feel seen by your creator, and in a way where you cannot see. You're just seen. You are legit nothing, and all there is the being of God. But you're given a chance to co-create with him. How fucking amazing is that? That should fill you up with more energy than anything you've ever heard, because man, why is God so far away in Islam? Why is God so far away in Christianity? Why is God so far away in Buddhism? Why is God so far away in scientism? Why is God so far away in everything? But you look at every single philosopher that actually cracked the code. You look at every single mystic who's actually right there. They want nothing. They want nothing out of this world. They're just being. They all say the same thing. And they never say something that feels foreign to you. You've never heard them say something foreign. You've never heard them say that God is in the clouds. None of that retardation that you're so used to. Like, how many of you are used to that? Like, I look up when I pray, and it's like, what the fuck? Prayer is not an inward experience to you. Prayer is not hyper personal. Prayer is not so personal that your ego fades away and it becomes like this inner world to you of like, it's not communicative like a language. You're speaking in thought forms in prayer. It's very different. Now imagine if you have ugly thought forms and you bring that to the temple, right? You build your temple and you bring those kind of thought forms, and the Lord doesn't burn you for that, just accepts you fully with all those dark thought forms you bring. We're talking about the highest level of mercy, humility we've ever seen. So far as, hey, in your heaven building aspect, if you want to eat shit, drink piss, do porn, do nasty shit with your heaven building, you want to build a hell inwardly so that when your life goes inside out on the other side, everything external is experienced inwardly, you can do that. That's fine. You want to build a hell? Do you think God will say, no, you cannot do that? Are you kidding me? You know what ultimate love is? Be free. Because when you're free, you do not have fear. You can have a false freeness that develops fear for sure. But I never talk about the lowercase self. I'm talking about the higher case self. Dude, we're talking about the most merciful Lord that has ever been talked about on any podcast. And you're sitting here terrified of him. I'm afraid I'll break his laws, and you break his laws every day. You're not afraid every day, are you? You're not afraid. Okay? There's murderers who kill 10 people out there. That can happen in this world. You think something's gonna swords of revealing light are gonna shine down from the heavens and stop you from murdering someone? No. However you want to build your inward subtle body, your soul, do it however you want. That's the answer. But you'll always experience this level of remembering when you go towards the good. Not because there's a good and a bad. There's only good in the world. Literally only good. Everything that turns its face away from the good peels off, dies, rots, and smells like shit. Right? And the Lord's so merciful, he makes it so, hey, you can do that for many hours, days, years on earth. You can do that many lifetimes. You can do that in many dreams and when you're sleeping. That's how far you can go. You can stray as far as you want. Have as many goes as you want. You'll eventually be back to the Lord because what is better than sharing? Have you ever met a dude with a Ferrari that has no one in their life? It's the most bitter feeling when they drive that SF90. They just drive it around and go, this shit's so fucking lame. But there's some dudes on earth who talk about the beauty of this Ferrari. And all beauty and truth and goodness comes from, it pyramids into one place, right? It permeates everything. All of that, you can sit down and look at the beauty of a Ferrari and say that's from the Lord. But anything evil or dark or stupid in this world is from man, which is hard to swallow because if you swallowed it, you would end your suffering today. You'd be free, but you're not going to do that. Now you sit in that Ferrari and you share it with your dad, friends, cousins, whoever. A lot of people are like, that's materialistic. God doesn't like that. Dude, do it. Share that joy with your family. Because, bro, if you ever become that dude in a Ferrari who has no one around him, which is most of these guys, I'm telling you right now, you're away from the good. And the good is play. It's like a butterfly. It's like a wave in the swimming pool in the ocean. It's so easy to be good. And we'll do anything to sprint away from it. Like, think about it. Modern Christianity is more popular than what I teach. And what I teach is the truth. And modern Christianity is telling you there's a dude in the clouds who hates you. Who literally hates you. Like, what the? Are you kidding me? There's a dude in the cloud who hates you? Why does that sound so hocus pocus? It's just so stupid. And all my friends who are Christians, they'll hear my speech and they'll hit me back with, no, I don't like mysticism, Zerka. I don't care about your personal experience with the Lord. I care about what my priest told me, my pastor, that guy who got caught touching a kid. And what? They're just humans, bro. What are you talking about? You should care about when beauty moves you on earth, when you shed a tear, your instinct shouldn't be to run to Andrew Tate and be like, I feel gay. Your instinct should be to immediately notice that Andrew Tate is disgusting and away from the Lord. You should be like, whoa, I shed a tear off of something as beautiful as this mountain I climbed, as this shit I went through. I'm close to the Lord. That tear means my soul is transforming. That means I went 1,000 layers up when it took me 5 years to go one layer up. That you should be closer to the good in your life. There's no bald dude that has your interest like the Lord. The Lord has your interest because every heartbeat is a wish that gets literally answered immediately. But the reason you don't see it is because they're all jumbled up. You're trying to get them all at the same time, all different false wishes after false wishes. And the Lord's like, yes, 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 have that too. And this, and this, and this. And you never get the one you want. You never even see it. There's like 1,000 of your dead wishes got answered, your garbage wishes that you forgot you even wanted them. All of them get answered. And the Lord never stops saying yes to you. Not once. Not even when you're in literal hell. Not even when you're in literal hell. I want more evil. I want more horrors. I want more this. I want more that. I want more depraved thinking. I want more. Yes, yes, yes. Whatever it takes for you to be a free agent of the good. You cannot be a robot. I stayed in my room all my life, therefore I'm a good person. Nobody wants that. That's actually that's a coward, right? That's someone terrifying to be around. And you're going to see how beautiful duality is when you realize, oh, it's all one. There is no duality. It's just the good and everything that peels away from it. And you're going to be like, huh, you know, I can't believe I ever thought I was too cool for the good. Like, I really watched a lot of this Andrew Tate guy. And where does that lead anyone? You know? It's like, has anyone been moved by any one of these? I'll say it, the word is influencer. I maintain that an influencer has never moved the soul. I actually get that cocky when I speak. All right. Like, an influencer teaches me how to make more money. How come you feel the same after you made that money? Please tell me that. Anyone here make good money and then it didn't solve none of that void? Like zero, especially because for you it was too easy to do. Like a lot of guys DM me, they're like, that money part is easy for me, Jerk. I don't know why you've always made a big deal about it. But I feel the same after I made the money. I feel like shit. And I'm like, dude, you are not moved. There's no spiritual aspect to your life. And you guys chasing me to the ends of the earth to feel something is not really the full answer, bro. There's got to be an inner calm you're developing every day, kind of like a flame, an inner flame. And you should look forward to that. Oh, tomorrow I get to wake up and do that again. Because I don't get to do that when I'm going through a breakup with a girl. I don't get to do that when I broke my leg. I don't get to do that when I'm under immense stress. So I only get like maybe 50 days a year to work on that inner flame. Damn, that's very short. Okay, I'll start tomorrow. And you start tomorrow and you go, oh shit, look, I've gone 2 weeks and I've kindled and guarded this flame and I'm going to keep it going. And then you'll have external influences telling you you need whores and a Bugatti and the flame vanishes because the mind got diseased by some bald faggot, right? Now, if he didn't exist, obviously someone else would take his place. So I'm not blaming him. But I'm saying, like, there's this external of arrows coming at you. If your inside isn't like a fire, those arrows aren't going to melt. They're going to stab through you. And you're always going to say it's your arrow until you realize, damn, I was a phony for a long time. That's not my arrow. There's no fucking way that was my idea. Which arrow just hit through my mind? That's crazy. Right, we're going to talk about Sneeko and yeah, to make this even more interesting, I'll go from deep mystical into Sneeko and superficial. Anytime I hear the word Sneeko, I think of trend and highest level of materialism. Even though he's not that materialistic of a guy, like he's not, he's an artist, he does his media thing. But I don't know, I always think of him as like very New York material, like New York material. Why are they beefing with Nick? Let's balance it out with that because I know you guys like the other stuff I talk about, but we need to balance natures with opposites. We can't just go deeper and deeper and deeper because there are people who get addicted to ecstatic states, and that's not how we should ever end a call. There should be a grounding period where we talk about the real world. It's just so you guys get mobilized after the call and do your shit, right? I get a lot of messages from guys saying, all I do is listen to your speeches. I'm like, why? There's no way you're completing your thinking, feeling, and willing trinity of your soul progression every day if you're just watching me doing that speech in different years of my life. Why? That's literally impossible if you spend 8 hours watching me doing that, that benefits me tremendously on the internet, algorithm, like the video, all that. That's cool. But no, there's a study component to your day where you can do that, right? Paired with whatever you're learning. But that cannot be, if you're ever doing 12-hour streams, mystical after mystical, hour, you are running from your problems. I guarantee you, it's like being a drug addict. You want to stay in an ecstatic state of, oh, this Zerka guy is speaking from the heart, right? His lotus petals are unshackling. He sounds true. He sounds like he has everyone's best interest for this hour that he's speaking. There's no memes. I want this to go for 12 hours straight. It's like, no, no, this can't go for 12 hours straight. You have duties. I have duties. Now, check this out. Every single day, you should be in an inward ecstatic state like that. Not for the whole day, but it should start your day like that. Internally, when I'm alone, I have that speech to myself. That's my inner dialogue. That's why it comes out like that. If your internal dialogue is bitches, whores, bald guy, and stuff like that, you're going to see a very weird external world. Right? The whole focus of life is don't grow up without seeing the beauty of a rose. A lot of us, the last time we saw the deep red of a rose was like in grade 7, if we're lucky. You know? Now, when you look at a rose, you go, I have something to do, but yeah, that's beautiful. It's like, no, you don't have anything to do. For 10 minutes, you should concentrate on that rose because that concentration will actually bleed into other things you have to do that day. But if you don't stop and absorb beauty, you can jump in your car and be clouded for the rest of the day. Concentration kills depression. We don't want dead thinking. We concentrate on the beautiful, on the good, on the true. That's genuine prayer. Doesn't have to always be an inward experience. You can be staring at a rose and admiring God's creation in the smallest things. So then the big things feel like, I am a spiritual being. I can feel all this stuff and get recharged without anyone touching my batteries. There's something deeper to life than dopamine and all this stupid material world shit. Right? Dopamine is just images, bro. There's pictorial consciousness. It's not chemicals. That's the dumbest way to look at it. It's alchemical, if anything. All right, let's go. Nick Fuentes, next segment. Nick Fuentes versus Nico. They're beefing. What are they beefing about? Let's try and get a deeper answer to this that's going to be funny because these guys are mad funny. How do you detach from money when you're making a lot of it? I feel the greed of wanting to hold it tight. I can't find the right mindset again until I've lost a lot of money and I keep bouncing up and down in the same range. Yeah, Ace, to tell you the truth, it's gonna sound like the worst answer you've ever heard, but I didn't fix myself until I got old. Meaning at 29, 30, things shifted to me where I'm like, whoa, I'm way more into time than I am into money. Now, if I tell a 25-year-old kid to stop thinking about going to the next level in money, don't think they're going to do it. I genuinely think you have to feel like you wasted a few years grinding. Like, dude, I wasted those years going after money too hard. Like, I got the money, but damn, it shouldn't have taken 3 fucking years to get out of that loop. And it's like, I haven't seen anyone not been beaten by the stick of time and realize, you'll turn 30, you'll turn 31, and you'll be like, okay, let's enjoy the swimming pool because life is not about that staring at a crypto wallet all day. I'll even go further, man. I'm an artist, so I look for the beautiful. I raise the spirit everywhere I go. It's like natural to me. like I sketch, I can see lines, I can see beauty, I can even be dazzled by a woman longer than the average guy because I like her lines. She looks like an SF90. She looks like a Tributo F8. She looks like maybe not an Enzo. She looks like the La Ferrari. She looks like a 355. She looks like she just got nice lines on her. I can get more dazzled as like an artist type of mind, right? I wouldn't say a thinker mind, but I'd say like an artist type of mind. So to me, it's like there's a beauty to existence that's day to day that you don't notice, right? Like, for example, I've always maintained this. If you pull out a pencil, those regular pencils with the green top, metal top or whatever, aluminum eraser, and you stare and concentrate on this pencil for like 5 minutes, you always go to a place where that green reminds you of childhood. That pencil gets deeper in color. The concentration aspect of looking at the pencil starts to ease in beauty in your life. And a lot of times you think you don't deserve it, so you throw the pencil down and say, fuck this shit. Now, the Lord has made it way more simple than staring at a fucking pencil, bro. You can stare at a nice car in public. And the trick is, the mystical trick, if you're in on the cosmic joke, is every car you see in public and everything you see material on earth actually belongs to you and you own it. And you'll start inwardly laughing because it's that silly to man that every car on the road you own. You can actually bask in its beauty. It doesn't have to be in your garage, but you won't do it because out of this anger you have. Oh, it's not mine. It's not. And you can sit down and stare at the beautiful car until you see color again. This is exactly how you're supposed to live life in rhythms throughout your day. It should get more vivid as you go on with your day. By the time it's the most colorful, you should be exhausted and ready for bed, where the stars are shining. But some of you guys tell me, hey, it's been 12 years, Zerka, I haven't seen a good looking car. I'm like, what happens when a supercar drives by you? Like, what happens when a Revuelto, big V12 monster drives by you and they go, yeah, it's just like a really nice car. There's nothing deeper to it. And I go, if you cannot see beauty in a Lamborghini, even if they're not your thing, you can see the craftsmanship. If you can't see the beauty in the stuff that you're already interested in, I think you're about to kill yourself, man. That's why the Jedi will practice looking at a flower or a rose before they look at a Ferrari or something with a ton of brain energy to build. I think that you're way too into looking at faggot bald guys like Andrew Tate, right? The fact that as a kid you would never, ever look at a Lambo and say, that's a Lambo. That's cool. That's money. I bet he gets bitches. Bro, as a kid, you would be in awe of that Lamborghini. Like, why is it shaped like a Gundam's foot? Why is it sound like why does it sound like a big tractor? Because it was a tractor fucking company first before it was a fucking car company. Why is it so powerful even when it's turned off? Why do you look at thousands of minds, thousands and thousands of not regular minds, concentrated, intelligent minds using more than 1% of their brain? They're literally using what the Lord gave them to develop this fucking machine. And then they jack up the price, which increases its spiritual value. If you think about it, like you have to give your life essence on earth that you worked for this car. Like this fucking $500,000, $800,000 car. All of those fucking super points that as a kid you would be in awe of. Now it's either, it's just a few cryptos here and there, blah, blah, blah. It's mine. It's not exciting to you. There's no deeper thought. You're not in awe of it. And bro, if you're not in awe of all that craftsmanship that went into that used spiritual energy to build that, if you're not in awe of that, you're not a child anymore. That means you do not inherit the kingdom. that means you're already in hell. That means Andrew Tate pulled you into hell. That's why he looks like the devil. But no one man can be the devil. So never blame him. And you forfeit thinking to let him think for you. That's why it's your fault. It's not his at all. Like, at least he's thinking for himself. You're his bitch. It should sting to you. Nothing should sting harder than realizing you can't even open an ice cream packet of Sonic the Hedgehog without looking at the wrapper for 2 seconds and throwing it away. It's like, bro, as a kid, you never did that. As a kid, you would never walk by a fucking Ferrari and say, yeah, I can afford that, big deal. Or I can't afford that, big deal. Both are wrong. Whether you can or can't afford it, the problem is, can you see truth and beauty and mind, all is mind, into that car? If you can't see these things, if you can't lift it with your eyes like an alchemist into the spiritual, then what the fuck are your friends, family, everyone around you? Well, how do you see them? Right? Because they're just one mind. They're not a bunch of minds working together to create a piece of art. They're just one mind. So if you don't have respect for 1,000 minds to go into developing a machine that is supposed to wow you, then you're looking at your fucking family as a joke. You don't have respect for anything that involves brain power on Earth, and you're on Earth to develop brain power, like those engineers who built those machines. They're doing their incarnation task, right? As much as we hate these guys for jacking up the price, and no, you actually have to buy this Ferrari before you get this one. It's like, shut the fuck up, bro. We don't want to worry about scratching this fucking thing, right? And that's when it owns you, when you're too afraid to even drive it, and you're a fucking bitch with a Ferrari. Your life sucks. But there are some souls that are free. There's this one dude on YouTube, and I dated Enzo. I think it was, I forget which year, but in his Ferrari Enzo, he had scratches and a broken windshield because he can't stop driving. This is like flagship of flagships. This is like this is something that collects dust in a garage. You're not supposed to drive the big V12 doors go up Ferraris, the special, not speciale, the special kind of Ferraris that are limited edition that Drake has to get. And he's driving the shit out of it till it's cracked. A windshield, a rock hit the windshield. And every comment is like, dude, I'm torn between two wolves. If I had that, I would not drive it to preserve its value. $5-10 million car, whatever. But if I did have it, all I'd want to do is drive it. And it's like, remember, if you ever become that dude polishing your things and they're always in the garage and you never use your things, or you wore your nice shoes twice in a year, you're dying without wearing your nice shoes. Remember that. You're being owned by material. Remember that. The greatest thing that happens to a new car owner is they scratch their rim in the first week. And they say, Zergo, I don't give a fuck anymore. I already scratched it. And they never scratch it again because they're free. But that worrying and all that shit, all this is away from the beauty, the true. And I'm telling you like this, man. If you ever have a doubt of what you're doing in life, don't look at Tate, don't look at me. Ask yourself in scripture, why does it say I have to be like a child? Dude, those engineers who built the Ferrari, as much as you're jealous and you hate them, they are like children when they're building, when they're designing. They're literally like children. They go there in their mind. Just because they're not Christians doesn't mean they're not Christian, you fucking idiot. But Circa, then what? Forget cars. What about nature? Yeah, when's the last time you went on a hike and actually noticed the mountains without thinking about some internet, work? If you cannot unplug to allow beauty to leak into your life, what are you doing here? Are you actually going to be around beautiful things all day and never get revived from it psychically? Have you ever even been revived psychically where you go, why can't I be in this much light and certainty all the time, Zerka? Why do I go back into the fog? And it's like, I always talk about the gratitude issue. It's like, you have an issue with beauty. I'm not better than you. I'm just a natural artist. So I naturally see more lines. I sketch better than you. I can draw up almost perfect Vegeta. I can draw a Vegeta that's close to Akira. It's just I'm lazy, but I can do shading, highlights. I can see different dimensions of beauty. I don't just draw a fucking triangle like your dumbass. I got lucky that I'm an artist. You're listening to someone who's not an artist. Andrew Tate, he's 0% in that creative world, right? Well, actually, in his fighting, all that you can be, of course. But I'm saying a lot of thinking types, like how many thinking types watch Andrew Tate because he's a thinking type? He is. How many benefited from watching that, right? Look at Sneeko. He's a creative type, right? And he overthinks. I think Sneeko's an overthinking type, meaning he's much less effective than Tate. Tate is a thinking type, super effective. Sneeko is a overthinker. So that means he's like the guy who paints the house but spills all the paint and does the job 3 times in a row, right? Not because he fucked up, not because it's an accident, because his OCD won't let him paint it correct slowly the first time. Tate's more calculated. You can see different types of thinkers. Where their strong suits are, it's identical to their shadows, their weak suits, right? And the more you realize, wait a minute, I'm watching an influencer who's not my type. Like, there's so many guys who are not for Zerka at all. And I genuinely DM'd them on Twitter, hey man, I'm not for you. Like if 90% of what I say doesn't make sense to you, yeah, in the business world, I would have an objection to that and take your money and be some rich fucking nigga. But in reality, and like, let's just progress your soul, it's impossible for Zerka to speak to everyone's hearts. That's literally fucking impossible. Intuitive extroverts run to me the fastest, but they also run away from me the fastest too when they get what they need, right? People who really want to be in that kind of style of energy but are very introverted, I got a news flash for you, dude. I'm not the guy for you, right? You can learn a lot with me, but let's be real. You need a Zerka channel who is identical to your thinking style. It doesn't mean you have to Google or do a test on your thinking style. It means you should know your weaknesses. Are you the type to pick up something, get bored easily, throw it away later? Everyone says yes. That's not true. It's not everyone. Okay? Are you the type that has 50 different video games and they're all suckish, or one that's suckish but you play it all the time? There's different thinking styles on earth. Now, you'll know when you see your style because you'll be attracted to that style, right? Like people who watch Kai Cenat genuinely think like Kai Cenat. What is like attracts like. This is how that works. But I go deeper. I say it has to revive you, right? Like one in the chat, if the content you're watching has to revive you, it has to revive you. It cannot sometimes revive you. It has to revive you. For example, I used to be really into the Hot Twins when I was like 19, right? The only YouTubers I watched. At some point, they didn't revive me, and I stopped watching them for like 12 years. It was brutal. It was like, I didn't know what to do. I'm like, I love these guys, but I can't do it, right? That block just closed. Like maybe they were getting older or whatever, and that block just closed in my mind, right? And then that was a period of darkness because I had no guides, like you can't just turn your dad or you're this guy or that guy. You want to look at the people on the internet who are doing what you're trying to do, right? That usually speaks a lot to someone. And people really downplay like attracting like. If you stare at women who are joggers, they're always running, and you're like, man, these girls are so sexy. They with these I'm not into it, but there are these running types of women. They kind of have like this masculine energy to them, and some guys are really turned on by that. And they're like type A types. They wake up early, go for a run, and they look like they could talk your ear off because they have too much anxiety or they miss their period because they're running too much. All this weird shit. But when you look at these kind of women, you should punch yourself in the face if you're staring at women who are jogging all day and you're out of shape. You cannot marry a woman that runs every day and you don't run. It's going to be an awkward date. I'm telling you, not because she gives a fuck if you run or not, but because her clear headedness is something you admire. So you want for yourself to bond with her. Now, her clear headedness didn't come from building a Ferrari, it came from running. It's a different type of thing, different type of concentration, right? You cannot be approaching women you're not alike to. It's not going to be good for you. That's why all my best students would. I know a guy who turned into a fucking jogger. He's ready for a marathon. And now only dates bitches who run all day. He thinks they're the sexiest, they're the best bodies for him and all that. You see how I changed his inner world first and then said, now you can start asking them out? I didn't let him go as some fucking construction guy who drinks beers to fucking talk to these bitches. Why? Because he would self-cuck. He would self-block himself. He would be talking to them and there would be no bond, no connection. Women need that middle ground more than you. And you never think like a woman, so you always fail. Now, there's certain guys like women who play tennis, certain guys like women who read. If you never read and you think you're going to get a bookworm, yeah, there's like an anomaly or two that you focus on YouTube because you want that miracle to happen for you, but that's not how it works. What is like attracts like. No one will ever tell you this because it's the harshest lesson on earth. It's the worst lesson on earth because it genuinely is telling you you cannot have a partner until you change self. That's not how it works. You don't deserve her just because you play video games, bro. Stop being fucking retarded. She's doing whatever she can to get out of depression and bring herself into mindfulness and concentration by running. And you are thinking, oh, well, I already look good. I'm fit. I don't need to run. It's like, no, you don't have her mindset. You have to run. And the cool thing is, you're going to come back to me and say, Circa, I met 10 women who run. I joined this marathon. I met all these. You changed my life, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, nigga, shut the fuck up, bro. Took you fucking 12 years to find that advice. There's some fucking studs who take up yoga just to meet hot bitches. I love those guys, bro. They know what the fuck they're doing. They know what like attracts like. They know how to skip the fucking cringe part of dating, go right to it. And then there's someone like you who thinks they teleport in front of you. No, you're gonna meet her in a couple of classes of yoga, and then you guys are gonna fucking strike up a conversation, and your first date is gonna be indirect, like most of the world. It's not gonna be like direct like me. You're gonna do some, let's go get this chili burrito at this place next to the yoga place. And that's how people meet each other. That's how they karmically link to someone that they're gonna be in love with. This idea that you're just gonna do it like an influencer is so stupid to me. It's like you're not gonna do it that way. I'm telling you, if you think she's teleporting in front of you, you deserve another 2 years of just frustration because that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. And the crazy part is when you do things that I tell you to do, you realize, hey, Zerka, I got a girlfriend. I didn't really try. I had to try hard at the jogging part of it. So I didn't have time for her. And she kind of just magnetically linked to me. And now we kind of go out as a friend group, drink beers, and she likes me the most, and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, yeah, we're changing the self. When you chase pussy, there's nothing inward happening. There's zero magneticism there. You get what I'm saying? Now, if you really want to dominate, some of my best students, they didn't talk to any of the bitches for months, right? Months. And they're in a running club together. And I told him to do that. I'm like, you want to skip to the next level, go Super Saiyan 2? You don't need a girlfriend right now. That girlfriend is Super Saiyan 1. Let's go to Super Saiyan 2 right now. Lightning. I said, become the fastest motherfucker there. Whatever it takes, cheat if you have to. Whatever you need to do, get there. I don't care if it's PEDs. I don't care if you die, nigga. Be the fastest, fittest motherfucker there. And then choose like the top lion. You get what I'm saying? To get a girlfriend, you join, you jog, you meet someone. To get all those fucking birds, you dominate their field so hard that you don't talk to them about running. right? You tell them running's gay to their face, and they go, "What?" You say running's gay, and she goes, "Why do you do it?" And you go, "I challenge myself with gay shit." And she's literally soaked. I teach this for high level amounts of money, nigga. I'm telling you right now. You can't eat too much red pill cake. Like I know guys who get off on dominating the scene, the bitches. And I'm like, hey, you're turning into Zerka. That's not good. Eventually, you're gonna need to be more open to love. You can't just dominate it. Every bitch wants my dick, and that has to end at some point. Okay, or else you turn into Tate, where Tate's such a cool guy, but inwardly, if you saw him, you'd freak out. Zerka's such a cool guy, but inwardly, if you saw him, you'd be like, yo, you got some demons, nigga. You know what I mean? You don't want that. You can literally watch the guy you were fucking emulating and skip his problems. You know how I know? It's because you're going to have your own unique problems. Most guys I talk to, high level businessmen, they have unique problems I don't have. So I tell them, bro, I'm not answering that question. I don't know what the fuck you're going through there. I don't dare to know. We're speaking on what I know. I don't speak on what I don't know. Why the fuck would I embarrass myself like that? Ripping you the fuck off, taking all your money. You fucking retarded? But yeah, I'm telling you right now that I can drill it in your head until you see that internal change. Your combustion engine will be the same, bro. Now, let me tell you this, bro. I don't think Sneeko's changed that much. It's been like 8 months, haven't said anything, but like, bro, internally, I feel like he's the same engine. Like, was it last week he had a video that said, it's just called Blacks, asking black people why they're black. Like, what the fuck is this? It's been 2 years, bro. What is this content? Some people are just, I don't dare shit on them because when I was 26, you could say that for me. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, when I was 26, my chatters would actually be like, yo, can you go deep on that deep talk and stuff? And I'd be like, no, that's gay. Like I was so immature. I was like, no, that's for me alone when I'm in my room. I'm not fucking, this is my temple. This is not yours. And then you grow up and you realize, whoa, that's dark, right? You're supposed to share your temple, right? You're supposed to share your temple and progress. And like your aortic pump should look like the emoji of a heart by the time a year passes. Like you should be generating love, moksha states, liberation states in yourself. Every couple hours, you should, oh, shit, I gotta go back into love. But they make love sound so gay. It's like, really? That guy concentrating on making an awesome fucking, what is it? What's the nicest Ferrari they've ever made? It's the new expensive one. It's not that new. It's the Daytona SP3, right? That's the best Ferrari they made in decades, in my opinion. In terms of like mystical awe, I'm a child again. Whoa, right? Even the pop-out headlights, that's so cool. Yeah, you should be in awe of beautiful states, right? You should be in awe of this with a woman. Don't get possessed by it. With materialistic stuff, don't get possessed by it. With a flower, don't get possessed by it. And most importantly, with your thinking. If you gotta clear your head, why do people tell me, they DM me, I run to burn calories? I go, that sounds like dead thinking to me, homie. When's the last time you ran for fun? When you were a kid? That's horrific. When's the last time you went for a hike that wasn't fitness oriented? Like everyone, I go for a hike to burn some calories. And it's like, dude, you're getting metallic and you're thinking, go for a hike to have fun. The calories will be burnt double as much, especially if dopamine's firing, giving you life forces, right? Like it's the greatest rule in bodybuilding ever is the guy that was having fun was always Mr. Olympia. Ronnie Coleman, Jay Cutler. This guy, Jay Cutler, was fucking eating ice cream mixed with Coca-Cola, sugary candy, and spaghetti on the side. Like he was just fucking eating whatever the fuck he wanted because he's like, I need carbs to fill out. And it's like, yeah, nigga, If that's your jam, that's your jam. Why are we pretending like the top bodybuilders were eating rice and chicken? They all got leaked that they were doing whatever the fuck made the sport fun for them. For Ronnie, it wasn't pump style training, it was hard ass powerlifting. I mean, he loved it the most, therefore, right? He is the greatest of all time, which is like undisputable. Dorian, his was concentration, power building, but with a bunch of volume too. He loved it the most, greatest of all time. It wasn't just the fucking growth and insulin and no, there's a dopamine component, a loving energy that grows things in anything you do. If you ever wonder why LeBron gets paid so much, it's because he's a genius. If you develop your thinking to a mastery level of something you love, by definition, you're a genius. He developed something he loved, like basketball, that inspires hundreds of millions of people indirectly, let alone him doing the right thing or when he's not at Diddy parties. But the point is, you can see a lot of love in LeBron's life. And it's not always directed to family. That's stuff we shouldn't even talk about. That should go without saying. We're looking at his love for basketball makes him the best player, right? It's like when people say John Jones is not the greatest fighter of all time. It's like, no, you can see someone who loves the sport, loves it. Like John Jones took the biggest risks of his career compared to Khabib, if you think about it, right? Khabib didn't. He fought a lot of the best guys, but let's be real. Like Jones has a resume of killers. It takes love to do that, to risk all that. Now you could say he's ducking Aspinall and all that. I'm not here to fucking talk about. First of all, being into sports too much is gay, so I'm not here to talk about that. But there's a love component, and you'll always know you see it when you see a man concentrating, right? Concentration is the buildup of love, right? The mind is a gift, right? It's not just your mind, it's in out there, it's connected, bro. And you can be seen by other people, other minds, and they charge you more, right? Like, for example, Connor, he's someone who, if the world is staring at him, he gets to absorb their intellect and go higher, right? There's a lot of these kind of types that they say it, they believe it, they manifest it. Then Connor only talks about manifesting with Tony Robbins. Dana White talks about manifesting. What they're talking about is absorbing intellect. Most humans on earth will give up their mind power to you for free. They do it every day of their life. And you can absorb it, right? And then inspire them, and hopefully they snap out of it. But you can absorb. Like I'm absorbing you guys right now. You guys aren't doing this channel, right? Most of you guys don't even have a channel. So if you really think about it, I'm the active component. You guys are just kind of like cells in my body. That's all the mind is, right? Now, there is a parasitic relationship you can have. This is a good caffeine break, by the way. We're killing it. One of the chat, it's the best stream I've done, and they're all the best streams, though. Triple the price, Hex. Triple the price, because these niggas got to get taxed, right? They don't know. They don't know what something's worth until you don't know what you got till it's gone. Well, yeah, we're looking at what was I just saying? The love component, right? Love is something you look at. Just replace the word love with concentration, and you'll see it everywhere, bro. Right? You can see states of play that are not filled with concentration. They're just filled with passive love. There's that too, right? We look in the hive mind, but I'm telling you right now, you should feel genuine shame if you have developed zero concentration in your life. You should feel like, oh, wait a minute, that's a word my teachers would use. And it's like, dude, fuck school. Just drop out of school and listen to me. Build your studies and concentrate on the things you love. Things will blossom, right? All actions will be happening inwardly first, okay? You see a rose with your thinking. I'm telling you right now. Sense percept thinking, right? You feel its beauty, which sends an impulse for you to pick it up off the ground and rip it and keep it, right? There's a love component to interacting with the world that has been severely forgotten, right? If you ever want to know what love is besides concentration, it's the killer of fear. It kills all fear, right? If you don't project it outwardly, or you don't know how to handle it internally, any which way you fuck this up, it can poison you, right? Because you're literally absorbing psychic energy on Earth. It's very dangerous if you don't know what you're doing, right? But you know what you're doing when you're a kid. Children know how to do this all the time. That's why we have to be like kids again and again and again. And after that hour, again as well. The doom scroll, that is where you're losing your intellect. Someone's absorbing it from you. Not that they're in the best position because they fall into that addictive trap as well. They're in the same market as you, the market of, I got fucked over by doom scroll. But I'm just saying, be careful. You only have 12 hours of thinking a day. Don't think you have 24 hours. You have 12 hours if you're lucky. If you look at it in circadian, esoteric Egyptian aspects, you have from sunrise to sunset, and let's be real, the first 2 hours don't count. The last 2 hours don't count. You have a lot less hours than you think in the day to build up. You don't just start out in concentration. You build up to love, right? It's like a practice. So if you're lucky, you'll get an hour of loving concentration, something you do. And the beautiful part is it always pays off. It doesn't always have to be something that makes sense. A lot of guys tell me 8 months later, Circa, everything I studied that's useless is actually benefiting me tremendously right now. I'm like, are you just saying that? And they're like, no, I'm not. And I'm not, and they're not saying like, oh, I learned discipline through it, so therefore I transferred it to other things. No, genuinely what they study was there for them in rougher times, right? Zerka, can you please give it sales advice? I have a great product but can't get clients. That's the gayest question I've ever heard, bro. Next question. Like, what the fuck? Next time, bro. That is the gayest question I've ever heard. I swear I answered his question for 2 hours and he says that. Like, some people are just cooked, man. There are idiots on Earth. Don't get it twisted. There are stupid people on Earth. They're everywhere. That's fine, Hex. I have a bit more coffee left. It's my uptime. How to deal with hormone crash after steroid cycle? Oh, you fucked up, bro. Endocrine system to your advantage. I would say stay clean for bare minimum 8 months and restart your nuts with ACG. It's an expensive process. I think it's worth it. And don't do that thing where you'll try one pill here, one pill there. No, reset your system fully, right? It's going to take longer than 6 months. And be realistic. Just because you're not hard all the time doesn't mean you're always hard all the time. You were hard because you were on roids. Okay? Natural guys aren't hard all the time. That's just not real. Be realistic. Okay. Hard dick, nigga. How to build bond with your girl. Yeah, I made a tweet about this to simplify it. If you want to look at the duality aspect of a woman, draw a circle, cut it in half, and in one side, write the word feeding. And what's on the other side, boys? Laughing. Right? And this circle actually shows the father type figure. There's segments of this in brother figure, family figure, angelic figure. But this circle with the line crossing it that's feeding and laughing is what affection is. Remember, you're on earth to become an affection towards anyone or anything that fits your personality type. But we want both out of you. But we're looking for maximum bond, maximum affection. Opposite of what Tate speaks about. Affection is important. I'll even go as far as to saying with the hoes as well. Yep. So remember, there's no romance to women. Romance is like everything that happens around that is fake romance. Romance is feeding her and making her laugh, right? And the easiest way to do that is if you actually love someone. I don't mean like be in love with them. I mean you have love before you walk out in the world, right? Like when I see you guys stop me in traffic, you guys are on a motorcycle. Yo, Zerka, I genuinely bubble up with love on some, I'm not cool enough for you, bro. What's up? You know, let's go get some barbecue. I don't leave my house without generating love. I haven't done that in a long time. The last time I did that, I think I was on fucking heavy drugs. Like I just very foggy state. I'm not saying drugs are always a foggy state. You know, there's been some cool experiences, but I'm saying, man, it's so easy to be clear-minded, no alcohol, no drugs, no stupid friends around, and just generate love and go into the world and gain from the world, right? By gain, I mean you're a magnet. Things flow to you, right? And another thing comes with that is patience, which I never talk about. I feel like the everything in mysticism we talk about, patience is the one thing I never want to talk about. I've never been a patient guy, and everything good that happened to me has been in patient moments. To be real, I think that's the same for you guys. I've never asked you guys that before, but let me know if it's the same. Maybe it's a trope. Maybe people just say that, right? If it's a cliche, let me know. But I think in patient times of my life, the best stuff's always happened to me. Positive. Have I rushed to success and hustled? And yeah, I've had those moments too. But it's in that inner calm that things would happen for me. Like I stagnate if I'm like running through walls too much. You know, that's been too much of my personality for the last 8 years, right? Yeah. Yeah, by my age, you guys will slow down and things will move better for you. And by your age, you guys will speed up and things will go better for you. Anyone else my age where things are at a different speed? Yeah, if you're 19, you guys like running to it, right? Yeah, I get that. I didn't even run. I jumped off the cliff. I like literally injected everything in my body. I destroyed myself. I like hospitalized myself. I overdosed. I just to break out of that state of self. And I'm like, bro, I don't wish that on my worst enemy. But yeah, it's really cool that my younger self is infinitely stupid. So my older self balances that out with infinite wisdom. And I'm not these guys saying that you have to be stupid to be wise. No, there's some wise people who are not that stupid. Like, let's be real. Have you ever met a 21-year-old that's just wise? Like, they don't even know they're wise. They're just saying all the right things. Their heart rate doesn't change. They're they don't have shortness of breath. I'm not talking about to entertain the crowd on podcast. I'm saying you guys are just chilling and they don't run in their mind. They complete their tasks one task at a time. When they fail at something, they go, "Oh damn, I failed at this." They don't make it like, "What the fuck, nigga?" They don't do all that magical shit. They're not theatrical with themselves. They're not traumatized. They just like get back on the horse in a, hey, this is a video game type sense. There's so many wise niggas out there, bro. They're not popular either. Not that people don't like them, but that they keep themselves a lot. Like wiser people keeping themselves. Okay. How tied in do you see aspects of physical health? How tied in do you see aspects of physical health with developing spiritual power? I would say it's 9 out of 10 important, right? It's just you might confuse it during a spiritual crisis, which is normal. It happens to the best of us. And a lot of people are not healthy during that state. But if we're talking about like 2 years have gone by and you've kept your temple really healthy and clean, yeah, your speeches are gonna hit way harder. Like I doubt you guys want to listen to Zerka 2022 talk over me right now, right? And I'm not that I'm a good person, but literally I enjoy progression. I go, I like this guy better, right? Yeah, I noticed a lot of guys who kill it in life, they go, Zerka, I always knew I was going to be successful. It's not really my concern. And I go, okay, don't shoot yourself in the foot, but okay, I believe you. And, a lot of them come back to me and they go, yeah, I'm doing good in money. Not really an interest of mine, just enough to get the house and blah, blah, blah. And I go, okay, yeah, I get that. Right? And then there's people like me that's like, hey, Zerka, get all the dollars you can because before you, with the second you turn 30 years old, you're going to not care about money at all. You're going to care about money in a different way. You're going to care about money in a projects way, in a different kind of sense. But when you're young, you go like, let's take all the loot. And a lot of guys throughout history, most philosophers, most smart people would disagree with me here. They're like, don't teach your students that, Zerka. But I'm Zerka. I have to teach Zerka or else I'm a phony, right? So I have to teach the good and the bad, right? And honestly, let's be real. Like the selfish thing about me is I like when you guys have my mistakes. If you guys had different mistakes, I'd be like, oh, I can't help you. I'm like, what? What did you do? You got married at 21? Like, you're asking me for advice? How about I just take your money and you leave me the fuck alone? How about that? Like, dude, let's have some of the same mistakes at least. Let's be a family, right? Families have the same mistakes. Like when someone comes up to me, I'm married at 21, what do I do? I go, I didn't do that, so I don't want to talk about it. I didn't do that at all. I didn't even date seriously at 21 like that. I think I lost my V card at 21. I got a head at 19. I guess that counts. Oh, bro, there's a lot of Catholic guys who DM me, I'm married at 21. And I go, God bless you, but don't watch my content. Don't ever turn that channel on. And I love Catholicism because it's so rich in perfect divine symbols and it's rich in everything Protestantism doesn't have, right? It's so healthy. But I bro, I teach a way different world, bro. I don't teach, I think regular Catholic thought's more like a Nick stream. Even though his is political, I think it's more, you should stay that side of the internet. Even though those Catholic channels hate Nick. Like, why do they hate Nick so much? I don't, is it always to protect their wives? That's why it's always a wife thing with these guys. Right? All right, next page. Yeah, almost at, what did I promise? 6 hours? Or four? Oh, I can't walk back promises, bro. I feel so fucked up if I do. Like, it's exhausting, man. 3 hours? Are you sure? You have a screenshot of that? I feel like I promise. I always overpromise, and then I get angry. I go, "Fuck these guys, bro." Like, what the fuck? Fuck these niggas. Like, these guys watch iCarly without me. Like, what the fuck am I charging them $23 for? Like, fuck these niggas. You ever grab some kid's phone, young guy's phone, and you realize how much stupid shit they buy? How many stupid apps they have they pay for? And then you go, oh, I should triple charge this fucking idiot. So he unsubscribes from those apps. Like, man only learns in the Gurdjieff sense when it comes to business. I remember my uncle is the best physician. He's like the best doctor in his mainland. And he has a private practice where he dropped the price by half to be a good person and nobody showed up. He went from the star to like, and we were talking about it and he's like, yeah, people are that nasty that like if you don't charge people high prices, they think you're worthless. That's how disgusting the average human is. It's like, bro, I don't know why we're double charging Hex. We should triple charge. That way I get to stay on here longer without it being just me feeling like a hooker here. Zerga, how do I deal with wanting to help/save people out of their destructive ways? Mello, I've never met a person that doesn't do it. Excuse me, wants to help someone, but they never do it. If you want something, there's usually a action that's mobilized with that. Like when you guys say, I want a girlfriend, but I do nothing about it. I don't even have a dating app open. I go, damn, you don't want a girlfriend. Why are you lying to yourself? You're gonna waste a lot of time dating and realizing, yeah, I'm not really into the mood to date right now. Bro, you guys are lying to yourselves. If you want to help people, it's gonna, like, check this out. Do you guys notice that on some calls it sounds like I'm really trying to help you guys? You guys ever get that sense of like, oh, he cares? Not every day, but this hour, Zerka's like transforming into some angel. He cares for this hour. Something is cooking Zerka this hour. It's like he's like the macaroni in the pot just overflowing. You know what I mean? Well, there's wheeling action with what I'm doing there. It's not just me saying, oh, I care. It's like you can, I could say, fuck you niggas, I don't give a fuck. And you guys would be like, oh, he still cares because there's a will to his world. There's an action he's bringing to the game. If you're these types of guys like Mello who say, I want to help people, but I haven't done anything in the world, I say, man, maybe you got to grow up more because I don't think you're into helping people, right? You know what I mean? I don't think you're helping anyone right now in the action world, in the willing world. So I don't think that's your thing right now. Now, in 5 years, 100% it could be your thing. But right now, if you haven't done anything in the action world, you are the sum of your actions, my nigga. Bro, help me, Zerka. I want to get my ex back. You say it's doable. 100%. One in the chat if you've ever gotten an ex back and it was legit, just kind of all the fantasy of it was just gone like smoke in the air. It felt so cheap and not like she's still a beautiful soul around you and all that, but it just felt like, oh, you wanted the spirit of the times you were in back. You didn't really want her back. But I always recommend men do that, right? Because every red pill channel gives the advice that don't go back, don't take her back. And I hate I hate when humans give advice that no one listens to, right? Like, did anyone hear the Andrew Tate story of the girl that cucked him, fucked some other dude instead of Tate? And then he brought her back in the fold, smashed her, and then got rid of her. And no one said, yo, that's cuckery. You took her back. Because he got the last say in it, right? But in the real world, yeah, humans operate like that. They get them back. They do that ego contest. Saying to a human being, don't get her back is like, bro, 80% of men run into their ex somewhere and get back with her. Like it's a study, it's a known phenomena. So let's be fair about that. Is it worth it? Oh, I can't wait till it happens to you and you realize, dude, the illusion of that is insane. Now, I'll tell you this. The fastest way to get an ex back in your life is to pop off, my nigga. Pop off, nigga. And I'm telling you, like, if you're just a dude who said, I want to pop off to get bitches, I'd say, you can't do it. That's not how it works. But if you're a dude who went through a breakup, I go, you can pop off right now. You're actually perfectly ready. You know what I mean? There's like spaces in your life where you have the best breeding ground to birth that new self. And the guys through a breakup, I think most people do waste the breakup. I think, like I remember telling Hex, I'm like, okay, now that I'm going through a breakup, it might not look like I'm going through a lot because I'm still streaming, joking, laughing, fighting, arguing, doing all this degenerate shit, all that stuff. But Hex, I'm about to pop off because I'm going through it. Right? And then like 2 weeks later, we're literally the star of the internet, like the darling of the internet. Right? Every single comment is sucking us off. Every single channel, millions and millions of views. And I'm like, damn, the difference is nobody understands why they love my red pill arc, Zerka arc. Nobody understands that. And they love it because it's the one time they saw a man choose success over pussy. And they're like, whoa, that's how you go through a breakup. But they didn't even know I went through a breakup. Nobody knew. But you saw the energy. Like, what's up, nigga? Blah, blah, blah. You saw all that energy get used in the right way. You saw not too much money in my bank account, but spending all the money to get to Miami, to get to the nice hotel, to do this, do that. Just get the content out there. Link with Sneeko, do that, do this. You saw all that energy. Like, I thanked her so much when I saw her. And she didn't even get it. Because she's never seen a guy catapult off a breakup like that. That's like her first ex going famous right away. Money, all that, women, not famous like some fucking Kai Senate stream, like actually rock star shit. And yeah, I really thanked her when I saw her in person. Did I speak to her? I spoke to her like, you are gold. That's how I spoke to her. You are gold. And she would not get it. She just gave me this weird blank look. Like, in her look, she was like, why is he memeing? No one's around. Why is he so not sexual? Why is he so not into this? Why is he not trying to win me over? Why is he not arguing like regular Zerka? Why is he actually thanking me from the bottom of his heart? But her unconscious knew, like, souls meet on earth to progress each other. Like, I knew what she did I knew the solid she did for me. Because I was such a nasty boyfriend too, right? It was like really way worse than Tate, like evil, right? Like way worse than Red Pill guys. I think Myron's a great boyfriend to Angie, right? Or else she would have complained or something. But yeah, man, dude, I'm telling you right now, when people say, hey, I want to pop off, I go, I don't have anything for you. But when people say, hey, I lost the love of my life, or some people are just very infatuated with a woman, that's still at levels of love. You know, it might not be as deep, but it's still a transformative process. Man, 99% of niggas I see going through a breakup, 3 years pass off and they don't pop off. Not in finance, not in status, not in... And I'm like, 3 years and you didn't pop off? You're still thinking about her? What a waste of a breeding ground. Like, all that psychic energy and it's just dissipated. I noticed those guys get a new girl, get hurt again, and then they pop off, go higher. But yeah, I'll say this, man. Should I just give the mystical answer? That's what we're all here for, right? We're not here to be logic lords. I feel like I've helped you guys in the logic department enough. Like, most of you guys are doing really good. You DM me good shit. Like, I don't have to give that answer, right? Can I just give you my deeper answer that I think about? Okay? Can I give you the answer that I know about, that I know is crazy, but it's actually in my heart, I know it's true? Bro, go, I don't know if you guys meet your girl on stream or whatever, but go look into the memory files, your Akashic record. Go look into that of when you first met your girlfriend before she was anything with you. And you'll see that you knew her. When you talked to her, you were remembering her right there in that moment. That you guys agreed to some soul growth together on some saint level shit. No matter how theatrical, the more theatrical, the more you guys want to laugh about it later, in later life. But she's like, you will be a co-creator with your Lord, and you believe the same thing about her. You want her up there, even if it means stomping her heart. For some people, it means punching the bitch in the face because they're so confused with how the soul has to act on earth. But man, you knew her, and deeply she unconsciously knew you too. You guys would laugh at the same time at something you both see that no one else on earth sees. And you guys never spoke about what you're laughing at. You're just laughing in sync because you know each other. And I'm telling you right now, the greatest win of that soul development is when you guys rewatch your life in Kamaloka, in objective. spiritual state. And you guys both realized that theatrical breakup you did, why it was theatrical was so your soul can go further than a mundane, boring breakup. And you'll laugh together. You'll be in tears laughing together, thinking, that's why it got that extreme? That's why that she had to go get locked up? That's my girl getting locked up? Like, no, 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 no. That she will see you freaking out that she got locked up because you actually cared, like, deeply. She will actually be bursting out laughing, seeing your feminine side from the other way around. And you feel naked right now, like, oh, I don't want her to see my feminine side. It's all gonna come to light anyway, homie. But when you see these breakups skyrocket, you're 1,000 years late on your soul development, let's say, and she, one breakup in 2 years skyrockets you 1,000 years earlier, and you go, damn, that is a saint. I love that girl. That is, how can humans be that nasty to each other? And they still skyrocket to higher levels of progression in soul architecture. If the nasty shit they do to each other progresses them immensely, imagine the good shit that floats them to the top. And you start seeing everyone in your past as an angel, and you're like, damn, I hate Andrew Tate, bro. This shit's gay. I'm not, he's teaching me to hate all my exes. These are souls here for my progression. I'm not here to get fucking pussy on earth. I'm here to develop. I should thank these people internally. You don't have to run into them and stuff, but if you see them and you don't thank them, right? Like, thank you for going through that chaos with me. That was, I can't explain it right now, but I swear I know that I needed it at that exact time. Or if you were dead Hex, you'd be like, God damn, is that perfect timing? Because, bro, Hex and I, our channel was doing bad before that breakup. Then we skyrocket, and Hex is like, whoa! Oh, there's a billion clips of Zerka everywhere on every single channel. And it's interesting because, that first year you're so red pill, you hate the bitch, haha. But hate, love, you're messing that up. It is love, dude. It's all out of love. And the worst part is, if you say it to her, they always look at you like a dog. I can't explain that to you, but they always look at you like, Zerka, you can stop joking now. No one's here. I'm not joking. You were exactly where you needed to be in my life. And I know for a fact that was no accident. You were every desire and wish in my heart to be famous, financially free, and awesome and badass. You said, fuck our relationship. You get all your desires first. Let's break up now. And it's like, you gifted me that breakup and let me trade it for something really, really personal to me, that I really came here to be famous, man. Right? I'm sorry I'm not here for you, but you gotta yank me up to fame. I know your soul is here for that. And then you go up into the fame level and you go, damn, that was the most selfish thing I've ever done. Like, I traded soul on soul, angelic activity together for personal, selfish development. But there's nothing selfish like that, right? You're here for experience. You're not here to run a fucking marriage and all this fake shit that people talk about. That's the best case scenario. But it is strange how when you start seeing the world like this, you can't stop laughing. That everyone you've ever been snaked by is kind of funny to you now. Because they're not just nasty snaking you because they're in a hell world. Yeah, they might be in hell for a bit, but the snaking stuff is usually like, hey, come with me to Earth. Our souls are going to rub hard together until we develop enough static that we break apart, which launches us up to higher platforms. It'll be hilarious. Let's go do it. And you shake hands and you go do it with your best friends, with the girlfriends, with the exes, with everyone you interact with. Now, a lot of the randoms that you meet with, you might develop new karmic ties, right? That you have to untie in the future. But the point is, there's no wasted energy on earth, right? I do make the argument that you can spiral for a long time, many years, but I think that's from, you're not letting go of your suffering. If you saw as every single interaction, not because I'm trying to make it sound beautiful, but actually scientifically, spiritual scientifically, if you saw it as soul progression, you would not have hate for your exes. No matter how much the devil Andrew Tate wants you to hate them, no matter how much red pill channels want you to send them some kind of middle finger picture, no matter how much Zerka fucking mentally abused his exes, right? Like I was really mean. But if you told me I'm gonna live this life when I was dating her, I would have kissed her like no oxygen, been like, "You're gifting me that version of Zerka? I don't even deserve it, bro. It's a little early in my. Come on, my life's already been awesome. You're taking me up to fame, money, women. It's like such stupid, childish things. Yeah, but Zerka, you're here for that on Earth. So go. And then it feels so weird because usually the girl's not into those things. She's not into the fame. She's not into, or else she'd work hard. But most women aren't into it like that. But you see a soul that's starving for it, that wasted his years at the nightclub and wants to like have a good life, at least for a couple years before he dies. And you go, damn, man, I can't stop seeing the world as angels. I can't stop seeing a homeless guy as he's there to project freedom in my psyche that, hey, this is what radical freedom can look like as well. Don't judge, right? Why is radical freedom fighting on the streets doing retard shit, but it's not being homeless? Shame on you that you look at the homeless guy as different from me because I'm on a fucking Discord call. You know what I mean? You start seeing it everywhere and you're like, ah, damn, I feel like I'm going crazy in a in a good way, but I don't want people to notice. If you've ever been a piece of shit dark person for many years with moments of light, so you get a following because people are like, oh, I saw a moment of light in Zerka, maybe there's more. And then you just start like turning into this lovey-dovey. I can't wait to wake up to see the world. I'm terrified if I'm, holy shit, what if I'm not that Zerka? You start running to your tasks every day and you go, oh, whoa, there's a level to growing up. Like when you guys are 31, you're going to experience this, especially around the summertime, like at the high. But dude, you guys are going to feel like, oh, 12 years of misery just to pop out like I'm popping out of my shell. And a lot of people be like, Zerka, you didn't pop out your shell. 25, you were like the fucking crazy guy, and you were out of your shell at 25. And I'm like, no, I'm talking about like this happiness shell, you know? I was like in a misery shell, and I loved my misery. One in the chat, if you had years where it was so badass to be miserable, girls would suck your dick and you'd be miserable, and they'd know you're miserable. And it was just something cool about it. But man, it looks cringe when you're on this side, nigga. Bro, those days are your. I delete VODs if I see that. Like people say, oh, if you truly get up there, yeah, you're not gonna be ashamed of your past. No, bro. If you look at your past where you're just suffering to look cool to yourself, and the world is like conforming with you to make you feel like your suffering was so fucking deep and mystical, and you have some intimate sessions with the Lord where it's like you actually feel like, whoa, all this psychic power and I'm wasting it. What the fuck? That's like, it's like this deep shame of like, here's a machine gun and you're throwing rocks instead of using, like, what? Your mind can be trained? Like, you can do whatever you want? Then you get the giggles and you go, what? There has to be people who spoke of this. Now, if I talk to a therapist like my brother, he'll say, sounds like you're just growing up. And we burst out laughing. We literally burst out laughing together because we're like, why did it take John that long to see the color green in grass again? I swear it has nothing to do with alcohol, drugs. Right? It has everything to do with some humans are cooler when they're suffering. Like there's something sexy about me suffering that women would reinforce in my head, my friends, my everyone would be like, there was something so awesome about suffering, and I cannot understand it when I'm on this side. And this side sounds corny to be honest. Like if someone said to me, "Here, watch some VODs of you complaining," I can't, bro. I can't watch a 20. I love my 2022, 2023 content, but there's like a lot of friction happening. You could see I was about to bust, right? And I think one of the best years of my life for the mind was 2024. Even though I snapped my arm up, it was like the worst year. And if you drag in whatever the fuck you want to talk about that. But after 2024, it was like, I'm too happy to go back to streaming. I think streaming is going to ruin it, which is so stupid, right? With balance, you can do anything. And obviously, the summer amplified this euphoric state. I was like, damn, don't wake me up. And Hex is like, no, you got to come back to entertainment. Like, no, don't wake me up. Don't wake me up. Come on, I deserve just something, just a little more with just my inner crowd talking about what I want to talk about. I don't want to just entertain. And Hex is like, yeah, but you incarnated to also entertain people. That's a part of the inspiration aspect. It can't be just, what you want to do. And I'm thinking to myself, like, oh shit. The average Zoomer, they have a different kind of romance with suffering. Have you noticed theirs is not romantic like mine? Theirs is mystical and uncertain. Like, if you ever talk to Zoomers and they go, I don't know why I'm suffering. And I'm like, well, that's so different from me. When I was suffering, I would say, I know exactly why I'm suffering, and it's the fucking Jews. I have like a billion fucking excuses in my head. And we love our illusions more than God. And it's so false, man. It's such a false feeling to love your suffering and your illusions when all the good, the true that Plato talked about is it's only pointing to one direction. Right? And people clothe Christ as in like, oh, this bearded guy, and they use like what they went through in life to picture consciousness get there, but it's out of it's 4D, it's infinite D, it's cosmically different. It's the fastest way to knowing Christ is to understand being. There's this deep certainty to being of self-remembering that is a pillar in you. It's like a pillar straight like an eye, right? Your eye, your ego, the real ego. And then there's a lot of these fantasies you run around with. And fantasies are great. They can build your heaven that you're constructing, but we're talking about illusions. I'm telling you right now, if you're the period from 21 to 24 years old, nothing I say to you will make you let go of your suffering. There's that dance of suffering. Why does a 21 to a 24-year-old have to do it? They're usually like some frat guys holding beers all day. And then they get emotional when they get drunk with their boys back, and it's like, you guys are faggots, bro. All right? There's no way it should. I know most people pop out of it around 27, 28. Mine's like 28, 29, actually. But something happens when cosmically Saturn fully passes your 31, where you go, whoa, there's a lot of lessons. That there is no way that humans go through that age period without seeing it as the biggest change. I remember I was at a big dinner with my family. There's like a bunch of people there. And I said, have you noticed the darkest shit to happen to you is at 28? And everyone got so emotional at the table. Some people denied it, and then their partners, their wives would be like, actually, this happened to you at 28. And they're like, no, it did. Oh, shit, it did. And everyone starts talking about it at the dinner table. And then they start asking me about all this stuff that I'm into. And I just sit there like, shit, I opened a can of worms I'm not ready for. Because like most people are talking about someone they lost, someone that died, something that happened to them, something that tortured them, something that the whole table knows about them, but they haven't talked about publicly, and like a lot of shit. And I remember thinking to myself, like, I gotta not bring these to the dinner table. I gotta stay with my community, Right? Everyone should have like a weird corner they stay at. Like, there's no way I should bring these kind of topics to people ever for out of the blue when they're chilling. And my mind really goes there, you know, which is not good. It could be, it means I'm wandering too. You can't say that's concentration to get, like, I remember when my dad lost his mom and then they burned his sister with Down syndrome alive. And that's like he raised that sister. That's like his baby. And when he starts talking to me about that stuff, it gets really dark quick. And I have nothing for him. I can't say anything opposing it. I can't say anything comforting. Do you know why? Because I teach this stuff. So he's seen some of it, he's heard some of it. So he'll just look at me like, well, why do you think this happened? And I give him the straight answers that kills me, but I have to say it. I have to say the truth. And we have like such a loving relationship that it's never like bad. But you know, I gotta shut the fuck up sometimes, you know, because like my passion shouldn't go burn other people, right? That's what passions can do. That's why I say kindle this flame in you, because I've seen a lot of guys get liberated and turn into lightning in every direction, and then they, how do I hold this state? And then they start to kind of burn out from it. I was like, now I understand why the mystics would talk about this gentleness to life, or like the Taoists would talk about the way of no pressure, or the action with no action, you know, all that. And I've always thought of like, just run through the wall, man. And in mysticism, they'd say Zerka is the worst person you could ever listen to for any mystical truth. Because he'll give you the truth with the energy of running through walls. But the truth is always patient. It's very different from Zerka. It's the truth is everything antithetical to Zerka, right? The truth is like, hey, you souls are children. Crawl to God. You don't have to get up and sprint and break your fucking leg. You just crawl, right? The Lord is just watching everyone develop, crawl into moral angels, like to go on to the next stage of evolution. And it is strange to me. It is so strange how we go through these cycles of running through walls. And to me, the strangest thing is that you guys will do it for like 6 months to a year, and then there'll be a nigga like me doing it for 8 years, but I'm the only viral one doing it from all of us. Because I kept going through the wall and like Juggernaut shit. Like, what the fuck? No, not like Juggernaut. Like Juggernaut when he loses his powers in that movie that I really like but scared me as a child. With, there was Kitty, there was, I think that's X-Men 3. Could be wrong about that. Yeah, 2 is with Stryker, right? So, do you think, oh, like Third Eye, Anja Center. Third Eye meditation is the best. Yeah, I do. 100%. When your eyes are one, you focus on the true, the beautiful, the good. Then you let go of that and go into a non thinking state. And you don't have to have rules in your head for how you do this. You're just following being. I think that's the best way to start your day. And don't get it twisted. Some people do really good with just starting with push ups in the morning, right? That's like their mental concentration practice. That's totally fine. But I'm saying when it stops doing things for you, then you can switch it up. Like most of my guys at 28 listen to me 100%. Most of my guys at 18 listen to me 40%. Why? Because 18 is not the same thinking as a 28-year-old. It's like, you know what I mean? So I get that. Like, imagine we go back in time and you get the 18-year-old Zerka to fucking sit down and meditate. You're 18, do it right now. Do it to get some intuitive prowess, to go deeper. It's like, I think I would have killed you with a knife. Right? Yeah. But developing concentration can happen at 18, can happen at 21, can happen at 50. You can always lose it, right? You can always like start gliding off the map. You know what I mean? So, and it shouldn't feel hard. You know what concentration feels like? It feels like, have you ever been depressed and you play GTA and ride a motorcycle at the speed limit for the longest period of time you can? It doesn't feel hard to do that, but it does involve some concentration. Yeah. Some people think it's like I'm concentrating till my mind hurts, and that's not concentration. I don't know what the fuck that is. I've never done that. I've never succeeded doing that. I've never felt certainty doing that. I've never made shit ton of money doing that. Right? If you call it a concentration camp, bro, not on Discord, bro. So as a 21 to 24-year-old, you must suffer. No, there's a lot of wise young guys who don't suffer as much. Like thinking everyone suffers at the exact length of time is like the biggest lie ever. Yeah, the qualitative aspect of suffering is huge to everyone. But to say, hey, I suffer 6 months, therefore my partner will suffer 6 months is such a lie. There's literally people who suffer for 6 months, 2 years, whatever. Hold on, I got a call, guys. This guy, I took 5,000 from this guy. I gotta answer. Okay, what's up? Mic check. What's the questions, boys? Sorry, we just have to always bleed out the millionaires. We gotta take their money and put it over in my pocket. All right. Let's go for another hour at this pace. If not, if I'm fading away, I shouldn't be. But I'll let you know if I'm fading away because sometimes I can do 5 hours of perfect. Sometimes 1 hour, but that 1 hour is better than five. The mind is so weird, bro. I like wish we had like stats on the mind. Like we could see when it's like the engine's going, when it's like flickering light, and check oil, engine oil. Okay. Yeah, if you didn't realize what that last hour was, is we're talking about transformative aspects of the soul and psyche and how a lot of miserable moments are directly linked, like wouldn't happen otherwise. And to answer your question earlier, because a lot of you guys get this question answered and then you completely mind wipe, forget, shows like a lack of concentration. But the last question I answered was really well. I just don't remember the question, but I answered it really well. What's the last thing we spoke about, guys? Also, another thing, because Hex is not doing anything, Hex, we can't just keep paying you for free. So you got to make this lecture into a perfect video. Me talking, but video over it, like on some video advice, the YouTube channel shit. No AI slop, like a really good video with visuals, with sound effects, with everything. So it bangs hard for the YouTube. If I'm gonna spit from my heart, I want to see my heart in visuals, and I'll help you with that. But really, nigga, yeah, these projects are gonna get really heavy for you. Like Hex, you're going back to using your brain, and it shouldn't take you 2 weeks either. Should should be quick about this. How do you explore occult topics or hidden laws of nature, sexual energy, hermetics, without losing your relationship with God or falling into Luciferian traps? Well, Luciferian traps usually just mean you're too spiritual. It doesn't always mean evil. It means like, for example, have you seen those guys who meditate all day in Buddhist temples? That's a Luciferian trap because they're skipping their incarnation task, right? They want to be floaty, they want to be up there. So that's, it doesn't always mean an evil thing. It could mean like a very distracted mind or someone who wants to always progress in ecstatic states, right? Like get everything easy handed to them, or drug addicts, right? Drug addicts are a lot more luciferic, whereas a cold, calculating person that does no drugs but wants to take your money, like Tate, he's more satanic, cold, intellectual, not after ecstatic states. He's more after material possession and power, right? So the mind can go either which way, right? A stoner falls into this ecstatic state kind of guy. Drinkers, even though most drinkers are satanic by the end of their drinking hobby. But yeah, humans lean either one way or the other, right? Type A or type B, right? And the truth is in the middle because you need a bit of coldness in the world to not be a pushover. And you need ecstatic states to revive you. But going one way or the other is really falling off the Christ impulse. You need I get the free will aspect of it. I'm not like these Christians who say God cannot defeat the devil. Like they don't want to say it out loud, but they don't, that's what they internally believe. And that's why they're so fragmented. Like I get they're just cog wheels, right? That turn us. I get that for free will. They influence us and then we can choose. But I think the safest way to progress in anything you're learning and not see it as dark arts is what's the intention in your heart, right? Do you have a feeling of rape and domination when you're learning something? Or do you have a feeling of escape and Luciferic running away from your problems? Or do you have a feeling of the Lord where it's high level of certainty, but you don't want to dominate others, right? You're too busy working on yourself to even care. So I always find it like it's very easy to see who you're with by knowing yourself. Like it's super, I find it really weird when people tell me, I read something from a evil person, therefore I'm evil. And it's like, no, that's not how it works at all. Like 0%. Even in the initiation of Jesus, it's he's tempted by the devil and he doesn't turn around and freak out and punch the devil in the face, right? Like the temptation's there. You're supposed to look at the Jesus example in your initiation path, right? Except you're gonna stray a lot more, like way more. Also, this idea that God punishes you is not even real. It's like anytime you hear Christians talk about this, it's most of the time just fake shit, right? It takes a lot to get punished, believe me. You're usually punishing yourself. You're generating experiences, co-creating in the matrix, in the womb of creation. All is already created. You're doing experiences to yourself. Like the biggest cosmic joke that is a secret, that is, even when I tell you, it's still a secret because you have to experience it. But the greatest cosmic joke is that every time you've suffered, it's from the self, right? The lower self. And everything good is from the Lord. So you feel like a piece of shit on the other side when you realize you spent your whole life blaming him and he's just chilling there like, what did I do? I didn't even do anything. You're totally in your own head about this stuff. But no one wants to admit that they have those kind of powers on earth. Like, God didn't grant us these powers. And it's like, oh, this and much more. Believe me. Explain initiation in general? Sure. Initiation would be the science of dying, and you're called upon it, right? So, initiation science would be the science of dying, or how to die. In today's day and world, that's like scares the shit out of people. But throughout history, it's always been you're supposed to prepare. You're supposed to leave Earth cleansed. You know, you start off rotten, and by 70, you have white hair and you're angelic and you're a nice guy. Like severe moral progression is what we're looking for out of a free individual. It's basically knowing creation. Like, why would God create everything? Well, creation implies a unity. Like, everything's created. Like, everything shares in that one thing. That sharing proves God's nature, that God's nature is to share, to love, right? He shares being, right? That's like the first principle is love. There's nothing else. Everything's downstream from that. And that's overwhelming to a lot of people. That actually terrifies a lot of souls too, the souls that don't feel worthy. Just like if you asked me when I was 25, I would be like, that's hocus pocus. At 25, I was like way more jaded about that kind of point of view, you know? But the truth is, God's a lot infinitely different than how you think he is. Just because you heard some Christian channel talk about him, you think you know him, and it's not like that at all. And it doesn't really matter if you're a Buddhist, like that's still your God. It's nothing how the Christian talks about it. Like 0%. When Christian says like a Buddhist don't know Jesus, and it's like, no. When the Buddhist is self-sacrificing and doing, he's close to the good, he's doing stuff to morally progress. That's knowing Jesus more than reading his name. You know what I mean? Like there's a knowing aspect to this. That's why like most Christians, they say are damned for hell because, right? Narrow gate. Right? They're just talkers, they're yappers, and they're stupid. stupid, and you have to forgive them. Like they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like a lot of Christians will look you in the eye and say Indians don't go to heaven, and they mean it. When they say it, they mean it. And yeah, humans are just like really lost that way. Circa thoughts on arranged marriages. Okay, we'll wrap it up soon. I can see we're losing steam here. I think they're cool in the olden days, but well, now that we have free choice, it's clear that that's a trial, like incarnation trial. Steiner talks about that too. And I wouldn't waste free choice. You incarnated in 2025, so you have to play by 2025 rules, right? Quick alchemy spiz. The safest way to explain this is an internal raising of degrees through your spiritual practice, which is a meditative state of samadhi, no air, like you don't feel your breathing anymore. And the shadow aspect of this would be when you try and raise your nervous system to a new level of consciousness before you're ready for it, which would be called Kundalini sickness, where it all rises and coils up out of you. And so it goes from like loving levels of consciousness that transform the central nervous system to actually serpentine, your Luciferic running from your problems, shooting up towards the sky. And, just because he's an angel of light, that doesn't mean you gotta worship him, bro, just because he's powerful. And yeah, people do that too quick, and then they burn themselves out, and then they're like suicidal for 2 years, and they text the craziest stuff, and it's like, bro, the Lord is so perfect. He said, oh, you want a higher level of consciousness? Yeah, you can awaken it. You can force it. I don't recommend it. I think it's dangerous, but it's not like he locks you out of these levels of consciousness, right? Patience has always been the key. And for most people, it'll happen naturally throughout their life as they're just going through the motions. Like whether you want to do it progress quicker or do it slowly, everyone's going the same way. You know that, right? When it comes to consciousness, everyone, it could be like a band-aid where it rips at the end, or it could be slow progression. But yeah, it's like different people want different stuff. Does sex break no-fap energy? Dumb question. If you're in love with your partner, it can multiply your energy throughout your day. If it's just random sex with someone, that can damage your life forces and etheric body, especially if you don't like the person and it feels cheap, right? So remember, if you're going to be a hoe, practice love, right? It's the best way to ruin your life. It just slows you down like 80,000 miles per hour. Right? If you just want to fuck these bitches and slap them in the face, well, you're not doing that with love. You're not even building up to that. You can get very horny and demonic that way. I don't think I've ever had someone message me that works out for them, right? So that's why I recommend, if you're going to be a hoe, careful on the Tate way, where you're just taking it, and then you kind of into. I'm not saying he's a rapist, but have you noticed he's into that? And not every guy is into that if he's groomed that way by his own mind, like a morally weak mind. It's so easy for a guy to get into that stuff, right? Now, with one partner, you guys could feel totally safe, but with 10 partners, like, are they all feeling safe? And I don't know. Just stay away from something that's that easy. Like, if it's that easy to go to jail over that, Nick, I don't care if you're innocent. The fact that 10 chicks are saying you raped them shows that you're having serious astral damage done to you have a desire problem. You're overly leaky. Do you know what I mean by that? Like a lot of leaky energy. Like I've had 1,000 hoes on me on stream. I didn't fuck 1,000. I think I fucked like 10. It's just still a lot if you think about it. But this guy fucks 1,000 out of 1,000. Like it's maybe because he's black. I don't know. Black guys be overly sexual. Like they leaky as fuck. Okay, should we wrap it up here, please? A negative feedback loop always has something to do with the state of self internally. So the best thing you can do is delete the state of self. It's false anyway. Unfollow everyone. Stop playing the same video games and stop having the same routine of thoughts. When you feel different and foreign and you have to take a few weeks to adjust to your new state of self, everything starts making sense very quickly. When you go open IGN every day, that you've been doing that for 10 years. Enough. Enough. You clearly want new things in your life. But I make that practice go everywhere. I don't even hang out with the same friends when I'm shifting states. And I see it as like a 7 day shift, no longer than that. Do I go back to those old entertainment habits? To be honest, no. Anytime, like, let's say I've done 7 months of, 20 minutes, maybe 2 hours a day of watching a certain video game. And then one day I replaced that for just car topics. And then 2 years pass and I'm just into cars for that, for my Tetris time, my downtime. So yeah, when I shift, I don't go back. I find it very cringe when I go back. I really get scared of locking in, like when I'm crystallizing. I don't like that when my mind does that. I feel like kind of like a rapey feeling against me. It's like can't explain that. Like kind of feels like I'm whipping my own back with like on some fucking what's that movie I'm thinking of? Tom Hanks. Yeah. So I've never had more DMs in my life than when I made that quick video about deleting the false self, like ritualistically, meaning off the phone, off the apps, off the computer, even the wardrobe, hide the clothes, cannot wear the same clothes, doing all the ritual till you feel goofy, and then you start feeling this level of certainty, like, wait a minute, this is fun. I could do 7 days of this, and then I never go back. But I've never gotten more DMs in my life than Zerka. From everything you talked about, that's the hardest thing I've ever had to do. And I'm like, what? I don't even get it. From everything I talked about, that's the hardest thing you've ever had to do. I never understood. I thought that was always to me the easiest thing. Like, whores do that, hoes do that, bro. Like, what are you talking about? It's like if you're a rich dude and you drive a Lamborghini for 5 years, bro. Trade it in, get a McLaren. It's time to be a different version of yourself, bro. Like, this idea of that everything has to always be the same, and it's like, be water, nigga. You know what I mean? I don't believe in focusing on a clear vision of what you want. I don't think that works for anyone. I believe in deleting all the false visions. Takes like 7 days total for that process to go through. Then, when you feel like you've took out all the diarrhea out of your mind, you go to this empty place that's a lot of fun. I don't know why. That new horizon feeling is a lot of fun to me. Then I'll watch an Andrew Tate clip that pulls up on my Twitter and immediately I have to go on not interested and click off. And I have to like almost despise it. Like it's trying to come back in my life. Like, bro, the things you talk about don't work in the real world. Like you're literally a salesman. Like, don't put that shit in my head. It's like, that's fucking, I'm on guard with my head. By the way, if you saw how I use Twitter and stuff or YouTube, I dislike and like every few seconds. I'm neurotic about it, right? Until the algorithm looks like it's a different person's phone, right? I despise the things that I've watched for 5 years because they remind me of the guy I was those 5 years, right? Even Misgive, like I will not look at a Misgive clip because it reminds me of a time where it was very gay in my life, to be honest. Like a lot of weird gay problems. Yeah, for me, the Tate was like memes until he turned on Nick. Then I had this deep resentment towards him where I'm like, fuck did Nick do, huh? What did the Nick literally everyone's bodyguard? If anything, Nick's too soft, bro. He's soft on people, man. He should be way more strict with the people he lets snake him. Like you just snake a dude who did nothing to you. Like what the fuck? That shit pissed me off. I was like, why is this a part of my feed? Feed means like a pig's feed, by the way. Yeah, I like that he backed off on Nick. It's funny to watch people get scared of Nick. I think that's my favorite content. Because it's like a bunch of nerds saying, fuck you, nigga. And it's like, if you could see groypers, you'd actually find them adorable in person. You'd be like, what the fuck? That's a groyper? Like, but in the internet, they terrify people. I don't know why. It's like anime profile pics, bro. Yeah, he's like, I think this is the best he's ever done in his life. This year he's fucking crushing it, bro. Super inspirational. In a weird way, he does feel watered down. Like I said that to Nick. I'm like, now that people accept you, it doesn't feel taboo to watch you, bro. I just can't can't get that feeling I used to get. Like you're literally accepted by the mainstream. Like something's really weird right now. I'm not used to it. It's been too long for me. I'm too used to the old. There's like hours and hours of content on that, Alan. Just let Hex point you in the right direction. Yeah, Nate's on fire. And right on time. I did predict it around this age. He is like a year early, right? Is it most people 27 and then 28 is like the real shine, right? Or some dark period that we don't hear about, and then they just shine on the internet, like just start exploding. You know, most people I talk about that 28 club thing, they get this deep, immense level of shame. Like they don't want to talk about it. I'm like, yo, I gotta stop mentioning this shit. Like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Dark. We are dark manga. What are you talking? We're still dark manga, right? Even though Trump is like dying. What the fuck's going on with him? I have a theory. If Trump dies or gets very sick, it's because of the Gaza thing. Because he goes to bed with that in the back of his head, and obviously he doesn't care. But anything in the back of your head is turns into cancer, disease, burden, and poison. That's like well documented since Paracelsus. So. That's why if you've ever scrolled by a tweet and you're like, damn, I should talk about Palestine, but like, nah, fuck that. I don't want to do that right now. I don't want my thought forms. I don't, bro, don't put it in the back of your head. You know, if you want to be selfish, save yourself. If you're not going to save the kids, you fucking idiot. Yeah. And then I get a lot of messages from people saying, why do I feel so much lighter and so much happier that I spoke about Palestine finally? I don't even give a fuck about these sand niggas. I'm like, yeah, because you're close to the good, the true, you know? It's a good thing. You're doing a good thing, right? Even if they're at war in some past life with Israeli Jews, it doesn't, remember, just because you're getting it from something you did in the past doesn't mean it's not a tragedy still happening to you. And it doesn't mean you don't deserve mercy. So a lot of people think, oh no, that's just by nature, yeah, they're getting what they went through, what they did to them. You know, they've been doing this to each other for spiritual battle for as long as, you know, human time or divine time. But someone has to break the cycle. And like when you're on Earth, that's our job to say, okay, you know, how about we stop bombing the children? Let's just start there. So remember, like most things in your life is breaking a cycle. It's not learning a new cycle, right? Yeah, yeah. It's even stranger when you find out that Muslims and Jews are literally the same people, bro. Like, let's be real about that. You know, it's like they take turns being nasty to each other. Right now, the Jews are on top, so they're the nastiest. Yeah. You know, we're in sick time of materialism. Like, I'll be damned if I find one channel that talks like me here. Bruh, You know, anyone here used to watch Christian channels and now you cringe at like I was watching one of the most popular rabbis, is it Manis? He's like 500,000 subscribers. Forget that rabbi's name. And he said, "So you're telling me God, after 9 hours of conceiving or birthing, creating Adam and Eve, or Adam, just Adam, after 9 hours, he sends Adam, into banishment and blah blah blah." And I'm like, bro, 1 hour is an epoch length. It's not like a human hour. Like, if you don't know basic levels of scripture, how the fuck do you have 500,000 subscribers on scripture? Like, they're there for scripture, they're Old Testament. It's fucking terrifying that the most popular guys are just winging it. I thought the older guys had like, I always thought there's a theory that they mix their bullshit with the true, at least. You know how people do that? But when you find out they're just winging it and the top rabbi is saying, well, the YouTube rabbi is saying 1 hour is one literal physical hour on earth. No real Rebbe, that controls the fucking energies of the earth plane. There's no way, like, they know what's up. I guarantee you they know what's up. I actually know for a fact they know what's up. I used to be very highly linked to a Kabbalah center and everyone in it. When I didn't know what I was doing, I didn't understand any of this stuff. And bro, I'm telling you right now, they know what's up. They don't listen to YouTube rabbis. Like, I think Jews understand how the mind works better than anyone. Like the top rabbis, and it's so badass because they won't entertain a phony thought for a second because they know what it's gonna will in the world. So they're like on point with that shit. Whereas the Buddhists, the Tibetan Buddhists, as much as they know what they're doing, there's like a more nonchalant aspect to them. That's not that, the Jews at least have this, hey, we're the real Atlanteans. Like, we know what we're doing. Like, they have this cockiness to them where they don't want to make a mistake. And the Tibetan guys are a lot more like, yeah, you can make a mistake. That's fine. It was Lemurian. The age of Lemuria would be the Adam and Eve stage. But let's not get too technical here. I don't think that even benefits a lot of people. That's a little too for who here feels like they know that stuff very well. Is anyone here like on my level? Yeah, exactly. Nobody knows that stuff. Yeah. Anyone else like, be real. Raise your hand here if you finished anthroposophy. You literally finished every lecture, every book, and it took you maybe a year of doing nothing else but that. If anyone did that, because half of it can be very boring too, right? So I guess nobody, huh? No, not Blavatsky's shit. Hers is different. Hers is Eastern. This is Western. Most of the esoteric shit is so mind numbing and useless. Yeah, like the secret doctrine. I think like 70% of that is like, do we really need to know all this? Like, the fuck is this? Still good, I guess. Yeah, the philosophy of it's funny. Philosophy of Freedom is his first work, but I'm telling you, from all of Steiner's work, that is the hardest book. That's like 1,000 times harder than anything else he's touched on more complicated topics, but the thinking stuff is actually mind bending. Okay, we'll call it here then. Is it pointless to listen to audios during sleep? No, I do that every single day of my life, even for naps. I won't even nap without an audio, so I wake up with something. But I still think concentration is still number one. But I'm just, in my head, I'm always like, let's get more, like even 5 minutes more. It's not about the time, it's about the quality it hits inside of you, right? Okay, cool. What do you mean Twitter Space, bro? I don't think that's the move, no. Do one client call and we're done. Okay, guys, I think the one thing you should remember, if you want to remember anything from today's call, is it's not fun to you, how you interact with the world, the flower, the Ferrari, the girlfriend, the friend, if none of that's fun to you, like, oh, I get to pay attention to my thought forms, I get to keep my aura perfect. If this isn't a video game to you, I think you will fail, right? That's why everyone who does it right is laughing and smiling, right? So this should be fun to you. If it's fun to me, and I'm not an easily stimulated guy, it should be fucking awesome to you.